Chapter 1113, Foreign Races. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1113, Foreign Races. When the Midnight Tea Party's members noticed the hoof prints, their expressions grew tense. The Crying Ghost Ridge was a level 60 to level 75 map. To current players, this place was a forbidden land. If not for their interest in the fallen ark inside the ridge, they would not have bothered coming here at all. Even if they were trying to avoid contact with large guilds, they would only level and quest in level 55 or so maps. Why wouldn't they be surprised to find hoof prints from other mounted players? Breeze Wine, the Midnight Tea Party's leader, turned to the delicate, pretty assassin in white clothes and ordered, "Wave, scout ahead and see how many people they have and how far ahead they are." The assassin class was not only skilled in the art of assassination. These players were also talented trackers. If an assassin's tracking skill were a high enough level, they could even determine general information of the other party through their footprints. For example, the white-clothed assassin had leveled her tracking to Tier 1, level 9. At this stage of the game, an assassin with the skill at Tier 1, level 2 was already impressive. After all, it was not a commonly used skill. "Leave it to me." The pretty assassin called Netherworld Wave nodded. She then jumped off her massive avian mount and checked the hoof prints. As for the rest of the team, they also dismounted and sat to rest. Although they had ridden their mounts the whole way here, several hours of riding was a burden on their stamina. By sitting to rest, they could recover some of the lost stamina. There are 20 sets of prints. It should be a team of level 40 and above players. The prints are less than half an hour old. However, the team's trail disappears after reaching the path's entrance, Netherworld Wave reported. Even after searching for other clues, she could not find a reason for the sudden disappearance. Normally, only invisibility-type skills such as stealth produced such effects. However, why would a group of 20 assassins venture to the Crying Ghost Ridge? Although we don't know why these players are here, we should be careful. As a neutral map, there are plenty of foreign races in Crying Ghost Ridge. If the natives discover us, kill them immediately. If we can't kill them, run. Do not engage in a drawn-out battle. Breeze Wine instructed. Low-ranking mounts cannot hide their tracks. And my Beastmaster's breath is only effective against low-intelligence monsters. It won't be nearly as effective against the races here. From this point on, we'll advance on foot. Following which, the Midnight Tea Party stealthily entered the Crying Ghost Ridge. However, as the team traveled down the narrow mountain path leading into the Crying Ghost Ridge, they discovered a bewildering scene. The area, which had originally been covered with gravel, now looked like the surface of the moon. Craters and corpses of various races littered the ground. There were at least 300 dead scattered in the rubble. It looked like some great war's forlorn battlefield. What happened here? The female cleric Cloud Yarn's jaw dropped, shock filling her gaze as she stared at 3 ogre corpses that were over 10 meters tall, their bodies bisected. Surrounding these 3 were hundreds of 3 and 5 meter tall ogres. Ogre Gladiator, High Lord. Level 62. HP 0/19, 200, 000. Ogre Warrior, Special Elite. Level 60. HP 0/1, 900, 000. Ogre Shaman, Chieftain. Level 61. HP 0/3, 500, 000. Leader, these ogres seem to have been here to ambush players. However, from the looks of it, the players who passed by earlier must have killed them, Netherworld Wave said as she handed some simple traps she had picked up to Breeze Wine. In God's domain, players weren't the only ones capable of setting traps. Monsters could do so as well. As for foreign races that had higher intelligence than monsters, setting traps was common. Though, there were differences between the traps the various races set. For example, simple-minded races like ogres were only capable of setting very primitive traps. Perceptive players could easily avoid them. Just who are those players? Breeze Wine could not help his joy when he saw the ogre corpses. Among the hundreds of ogres, there were 3 level 62 ogre gladiators and over 30 ogre shamans, which were healers. Even their adventurer team would suffer casualties if they fought such a powerful force. However, he could not find a single trace of a player's resurrection on the battlefield. Thank goodness we arrived after those people. Otherwise, we would have had a hard battle, Cloud Yarn said, sighing in relief. Leader, I found the team's tracks. It seems like they're heading towards the Fallen Ark as well. Dark War, a ranger wielding a short bow, said as he pointed towards the dead forest ahead of them. This is interesting. Endless Scars smiled faintly as she examined the sword marks on the ogre gladiators. Leader, let's move out. If we waste too much time here, the monsters might respawn. All right, let's go, Breeze Wind said as he gestured with a hand. The team then followed the tracks. Meanwhile, deep in the Crying Ghost Ridge's dead forest, Shifeng and the others faced off against an army of trolls. Wave after wave assaulted the team. Meanwhile, the troll shaman standing in the rear continuously healed the troll warriors and chieftain fighting on the front lines. Troll Warrior, Elite. Level 61. HP 650, 000/650, 000. Troll Chieftain, Great Lord. Level 63. HP 42, 000/000/42, 000/000. Troll Shaman, Chieftain. Level 62. HP 3, 100, 000/3, 100, 000. Guild Leader, if they continue calling for reinforcements, we won't be able to hold them back. Kola, who held back the Troll Chieftain, shouted. The pressure was intense as he fought the Great Lord. He was only level 43. With a 20-level gap, even though he had an epic shield and the support skills of the demonic Flame Tiger, he felt as if his life were on a roller coaster. Every one of the Troll Chieftain's normal attacks dealt over -19,000 damage, while a skill would deal over -26,000. Meanwhile, he only had slightly over 35,000 HP. If not for the Cleric's Truth Shield and Oracle's protection on him, the Great Lord's skills would have killed him instantly. Wait a little longer. Turtledove and Wumian, try to lure as many troll warriors away from the chieftain as possible, Shifeng unhurriedly instructed. Guild Leader, there are too many trolls here. If any more join the fray, I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with them. Gentle Snow felt her chest tighten as she watched more troll warriors join the battle. They could deal with their foes if the monsters were simply level 40+ elites. However, these were level 60+ elite monsters. Furthermore, aside from the abundant EXP, killing these monsters wasn't particularly profitable. The elite and chieftain rank trolls they had already killed had only dropped silver coins and some materials. They hadn't even dropped a piece of mysterious iron equipment. Almost. Just hold on for a little while longer. Shifeng did not bother to explain. God's Domain's neutral maps were home to various foreign races. Unlike humans, foreign races were very talented. Some were good with magic, some possessed unmeasured strength, some had acute 5 senses, and some were natural-born warriors. To put it simply, foreign races were much stronger than humans. During ancient times, humans had consistently ranked at the very bottom among the races in God's domain. Humans did not have an edge in combat. However, humans' intelligence was unmatched. The human race had only achieved the prosperity it enjoyed today by accumulating and passing on their knowledge from one generation to the next. Although humans were still no match for archaic species, they had become the two race on the continent of God's domain and occupied most of the continent's territories. There were 2 foreign races in Ghost Crying Ridge, ogres and trolls. While ogres wielded boundless strength, they lacked the intelligence to produce weapons that could maximize that strength. Trolls, on the other hand, were very smart. Normally, they would gather wood and stone to forge weapons for battle. Green ebony was among the wood these trolls harvested. Hence, when killing these trolls, there was a chance that green ebony would drop. Of course, players could also search the Crying Ghost Ridge for harvestable green ebony. However, the process was troublesome. Moreover, to Shifeng and the others, Crying Ghost Ridge was still too dangerous to explore casually. There were many places that they couldn't reach yet. Thus, Feng settled on killing trolls for the wood. In fact, he was specifically waiting for the troll chieftain to call for reinforcements so that he would have more troll warriors to kill. Troll warriors were only elite monsters. Their chances of dropping a rare material like green ebony were quite low. At the very least, they needed to kill chieftain-ranked trolls for a decent chance of obtaining green ebony. Guild leader, more trolls have arrived. Minor Wind reported, his expression twisting. Among the newcomers were 3 Lord-ranked trolls. Chapter 11:14, Advanced Technique. As soon as Minor Wind finished his report, the team heard crashing from the nearby forest as one tree after another fell to the ground. Suddenly, 3 3-meter-tall figures jumped into the clearing. These 3 figures were black-skinned trolls clad in broken armor, each wielding a silver spear. Their blood-red eyes radiated an intense bloodlust. Roar! The instant the 3 black trolls noticed Feng's group, they bellowed in rage. One of them even swung their spear at a nearby tree, felling the massive tree with a single attack. Even Feng couldn't underestimate their incredible strength. Petrified Troll Lord. Level 62. HP 8, 200, 000/8, 200, 000. Everyone on the team felt an immense pressure from the petrified trolls. If the trolls were merely level 40 lords, they could hold the monsters back. However, a level 62 lord was many times more powerful than a level 40. On their team, only their MTs could withstand an assault from one of these monsters. No one else could endure their attacks, much less pin them down. These level 62 lords possessed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. These petrified trolls' attributes also dwarfed theirs. The same held true for speed. In addition, Lord-ranked monsters were generally resistant to control skills. If they could neither outrun nor control these monsters, just how were they supposed to fight against the petrified trolls? Feng's expression was just as serious as the rest of his team. What rotten luck. It's even capable of summoning petrified trolls. The troll chieftain surprised Feng. Unlike ordinary trolls, petrified trolls had petrification runes carved all over their bodies, which made their skin harder than even steel. They were also monstrously strong. They were famous for being difficult enemies. In the past, players that encountered these petrified trolls generally turned and fled. The 3 petrified trolls didn't give Feng's team much time to react. Without hesitation, they pounced on Cola, who currently held back the troll chieftain. Why are they always targeting me? Glancing at the approaching petrified trolls, Cola activated his Tier 1 Protection Blessing and Last Stand, reducing all incoming damage by 50%, weakening any impact he received, and increasing his maximum HP by 40%. Instantly, his maximum HP rose to 49,530. Ping! 3 silver spears struck Cola's Dragonscale shield, one after another. Minus 6,717. Minus 6,809. Minus 6,784. Following which, the troll chieftain brandished its massive red greatsword and slashed at Cola. Tier 3 skill, Storm Rage. Quickly adjusting his footwork, Cola lifted his shield just in time to block the attack coming from his side. Meanwhile, the distant violet cloud quickly cast a truth shield on the Guardian Knight. Boom! When the troll chieftain's greatsword crashed into the Dragonscale shield, dazzling sparks flew as a loud boom resounded through the dead forest. Everyone felt the shockwave from the impact. As for Cola, numerous deep cuts ripped apart the ground around him. The truth shield on Cola shattered as the Guardian Knight was thrown, only stopping when he crashed into a large tree. The wood splintered upon impact. Minus 19,678. What a powerful move. Everyone gasped at the power of the troll chieftain's attack. If not for Cola activating Protection Blessing and Last Stand beforehand, he would have died instantly. After witnessing this assault, the team finally understood that these trolls were far from ordinary. The trolls could actually coordinate their attacks. It was also obvious that the troll chieftain had already planned this, saving its ultimate move to deal a final blow. Unfortunately for the trolls, Cola was Zero Wings number 1 MT. He wore a Tier 1 set equipment and wielded the epic ranked Dragon Scale shield. In addition, he had 3 advanced mana armor kits equipped. After activating his life-saving skills, he was not that easy to instant kill. However, after receiving the 4 trolls combination attack, Cola had less than 10,000 HP remaining. Shifeng took a Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag, unfurling it and reading the incantation within. Immediately, the dark blue magic scroll began to activate. 18 ice spears appeared around Shifeng. He then controlled the frozen spears to attack the troll chieftain and the 3 petrified trolls. Tier 2 spell Ice Will. Every one of the 18 ice spears was powerful. If they all hit their mark, even a great lord would suffer severe wounds. Go! However, Shifeng did not simply use the 18 spears to attack the trolls. Instead, he executed Sword's orbit with the spears. The 18 spears formed a beautiful star of ice and struck at the 4 trolls. Boom! The instant the spears met the trolls, a series of crashes echoed throughout the clearing. The trolls cried in agony. Guild leader, you're too good to me. You used a Tier 3 magic scroll to save me. Cola released a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 trolls being pushed back. The team's 4 healers hadn't recovered half of his HP yet. If he received another round of attacks, he would have no choice but to activate his final life-saving skill. Now that the 4 trolls had been forced back, he had room to breathe. Who are these people? A 20-man team is actually grinding monsters here. This is insane. That attack should have been from a Tier 3 magic scroll, right? That is simply extravagant. While Shifeng's team fought the trolls, the Midnight Tea Party watched the battle from above the distant forest. They were curious as they observed Shifeng's team of 20 cloaked players in battle. No, that should have been an elementalist's Tier 2 spell, Ice Wheel, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. She glanced at the petrified trolls, which had been forced back by over 20 yards, and the troll chieftain, which had taken 6 steps back, and said, however, the magic scroll's user is very powerful. He managed to incorporate the spell with some kind of special technique, allowing the Tier 2 Ice Wheel to display the might of a Tier 3 spell. That's not possible, right? We're talking about a magic scroll. It is already extremely difficult to incorporate skills with combat techniques, not to mention enhancing a skill's power to such a degree. The assassin, Netherworld Wave, could not bring himself to believe Endless Scars. However, the latter was an elementalist and far more familiar with magic-type skills than himself. Moreover, in terms of combat techniques, Endless Scars was unmatched in their adventurer team. That person did incorporate a combat technique into Ice Wheel. However, his technique is so advanced that even I can't discern any clues on how he achieved it, Breeze Wine, the team's leader, said, confirming Endless Scars' claim. Among the experts I've encountered, that player can rank in the top 3. What? Is he even human? Cloud Yarn could not help but blink as she stared at the distant Shifeng. This was the first time she had heard their team leader praise someone to such a degree. At this moment, the ranger, Dark War, who had been paying attention to the battle, recaptured his teammates' attention. Look, that player is about to make a move. The Midnight Tea Party's players immediately returned their gazes to Shifeng. Fire, coordinate with snow and lure one of the petrified trolls away. Leave the remaining 2 to me, Shifeng commanded. Chapter 11:15, Violent Team. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 11:15, Violent Team. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow exploded into action. Fire Dance immediately used shadow steps to appear behind one of the petrified trolls, which was over 20 yards away. With a 360-degree spin, she thrust 1,000 transformations through the petrified troll's armor, penetrating the lord's back. Backstab. A damage of -9,216 appeared above the petrified troll's head, and it screamed in agony. The troll spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Although the petrified troll tried to retaliate, Fire Dance quickly followed up with a light slash at its back. the sharp 1,000 transformations easily cutting through the petrified troll's body like a hot knife through butter. Not only did fire dances bisect inflict a 30-second bleeding debuff, but the Lord was also paralyzed, unable to fight for a short time. Following which, Fire Dance executed Absolute Strike, transforming into a streak of black light that lanced through the petrified troll. The instant she reformed on the other side of the troll, she thrust 1,000 transformations at the Lord's heart. 5-star Eviscerate. Immediately, the impact sent the petrified troll falling backward, 2 damages over -10,000 appearing above the Lord's head. The petrified troll had no defense against Fire Dance's assault whatsoever. The team was momentarily stunned by this scene. That was a level 62 Lord. Yet, Fire Dance had rendered it helpless. Moreover, she dealt such awe-inspiring damages to the Lord. Initially, the team had assumed that Shi Feng was pushing his luck when he had only sent Fire Dance and Gentle Snow to deal with the petrified troll. Now, however, it would seem that Fire Dance alone was more than enough for the job. Roar! As the heavily injured petrified troll got to its feet, it bellowed with rage. It swept its silver spear horizontally, covering a range of 10 yards. The powerful strength of its attack ripped apart the air, causing an explosion of force. In response, Gentle Snow executed charge and appeared before the petrified troll, protecting Fire Dance. Although the petrified troll was immune to her charge's fainted effect, the skill increased her attack speed and movement speed. She followed up by meeting the troll's spear with a cross slash. Boom! As an explosion shook the air, Gentle Snow was forced to take 3 steps back, a damage of over -2,000 appearing above her head, but she had driven back the petrified troll's spear. She blocked it? Everyone was stunned. She blocked it? No matter how I look at it, that monster's strength should be as high as a High Lord's of the same level, yet a single berserker blocked its attack and received so little damage in return? One of the Midnight Tea Party's muscular berserkers stared at Gentle Snow in shock. He was one of the top berserkers in the Midnight Tea Party, and even he did not think he could endure the petrified troll's attack as easily as Gentle Snow had. He even wore the complete Violent Will set, a level 45 Dark Gold set equipment for berserkers. What's so surprising? Rather, look at how powerful that assassin is. Although her attacks seemed ordinary, she achieved a 90% or higher completion rate with every skill she used. Her Bisect and Eviscerate's completion rates should be nearly 95%, Netherworld Wave said. Although Gentle Snow's ability to withstand the petrified troll's attack had surprised him as well, as an assassin he understood exactly how powerful Fire Dance was. Big Sis Endless, who do you think these people are? They're all as strong as monsters, the female cleric Cloud Yarn asked Endless Scars curiously. Among their team members, Endless Scars had the most powerful information network. They're all wearing black cloaks. With their information hidden, even I have no way of determining their identities. However, there are not many experts at this level in God's domain. Although I know of a few, none of their actions or behavior match these people, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. However, what the members of the Midnight Tea Party did not know was that while level 62 lords might be difficult to deal with for other experts, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were not among them. After all, one of them wielded the fragmented legendary ranked 1,000 transformations, while the other wore the fragmented legendary ranked 7 luminaries battle armor. With these godly items, how could they not be capable of injuring a level 62 lord? As the Midnight Tea Party conversed quietly, Shi Feng launched his own assault. He activated Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius and reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute. Although the skill couldn't reduce the petrified troll's movement speed, it could slightly reduce their attack power and attack speed. Moreover, the skill affected all nearby trolls, making it much easier for his other team members to fight these monsters. Shi Feng then activated the Aura of Wind, increasing his movement speed and attack speed significantly. He executed Wind Blade and appeared before the 2 petrified trolls before executing Sword's Orbit, blue starlight wrapping around his body. As the starlight bloomed, not only did he force the two petrified trolls back, but a bloody gash also appeared across their bodies as a frightening damage appeared above both of their heads. Minus 13,489. Minus 27,544. Xianxia didn't receive any damage. Angry Tyrant's effects sure are frightening. As expected from excellent epic equipment, Xianxia was quite satisfied as he looked at the delicate bracers around his wrists. Dark red runes faintly shone on the bracers. The Angry Tyrant's strength bonus was above average even among epic items. When its passive skill, Angry Blow, took effect, it pushed his combat power to a whole new level. If not for these epic bracers, he would not have decided to confront the two lords directly, opting for a safer approach instead. Although the petrified trolls possessed high defense and strength, they were slower than ordinary lords of the same level. Even a Tier 2, level 50 assassin could easily outmaneuver a petrified troll, not to mention Xianxia, an expert with 5 epic items and a fragmented legendary item. Infuriated, the two petrified trolls howled. A blood-red haze then appeared around their spears. This move was none other than the petrified troll's Tier 2 skill, Blood Sacrificial Spear. It was a weapon-enhancing skill that doubled their weapon's attack power for 10 seconds and increased their attack speed by 30%. As numerous streaks of red light stabbed at Xianxia, the latter activated Flame Burst. The Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both released blinding lights, illuminating the gloomy forest. Sword's Orbit. Boom. A series of clangs rang out. Pain screams followed. The 3-meter-tall petrified trolls transformed into 2 massive fireballs as the attack sent them flying. They crashed through numerous trees before they finally fell to the ground. Everyone involuntarily shivered when they saw the 2 monsters' bodies. Meanwhile, the 2 lords' HP bars shrank by a small chunk. Minus 134,858. Minus 135,047. The 2 horrific damages stupefied everyone on the team. If not for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow still struggling with the other petrified troll, they would have doubted that the 2 monsters on the ground were actually petrified trolls. Prioritize killing the other petrified troll. Blackie, Aqua, Summer, prepare your large-scale destruction spells. Xianxia commanded immediately after throwing his 2 opponents. Now that no more trolls had joined the battle, they no longer needed to hold back. After clearing out the elite-ranked trolls, they could deal with the petrified trolls more quickly. Blackie and the others nodded and began chanting their spells' incantations. Time flew by. When the 3 of them finished chanting, gather the monsters around the troll chieftain. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on Cola. Under Xianxia's command, the team gathered around the troll chieftain. Cola activated Dragon Scale Body, increasing his defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery by 500% for 30 seconds. With Guardian of Light's effects, it was practically impossible for the trolls to kill him. Seal. When Xianxia saw that most of the monsters had been hurted, he activated Skywheel Sword and limited the monster's movement. Attack! Immediately, 3 large-scale destruction spells descended on the trolls. As for Xianxia, he switched the Aura of Wind for the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm. Thunder and fire bombarded the monsters. By the time the spells ended, all elite-ranked trolls were dead. Even the chieftain-ranked troll shamans had less than half their HPs remaining. Chapter 1116. Quadruple Jackpot. There had been over 500 elite-ranked trolls on the battlefield. When they all died, a golden glow enveloped everyone on the team as they all leveled up. What astonishing leveling speed! Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched her experience bar rise. When she had left White River City, she was only at 74% of level 41. To bridge the gap and reach level 42, she needed to grind for at least another full day or so, yet she had risen to level 42 shortly after entering the Crying Ghost Ridge. With this leveling speed, it was definitely possible to reach level 43 by the next day. After players reached level 40, it was practically impossible to level up once a day. No one would believe this. However, although the team had killed plenty of troll warriors, the loot was pitiful, to say the least. Aside from some copper and silver coins, the 500 or so elite monsters only dropped some raw materials. Only 5 weapons and pieces of equipment dropped. Among them, 4 were level 60 common items, while the last was a piece of level 60 bronze equipment. However, Shifeng was not surprised. After reaching level 50, the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased drastically. Only chieftain or above-ranked monsters had a slightly higher chance of dropping such items. This drop rate reduction occurred because players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class promotions after reaching level 50. After obtaining their Tier 2 class, killing elite monsters was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Tier 2 experts could solo chieftains and even give lords a run for their money. Generally, 2 or 3 Tier 2 experts working together could easily take down a lord of the same level. Naturally, the system wouldn't give players high-level weapons and equipment so easily. Hence, past level 50, 6-man party dungeons, even in normal mode, usually had lords as the final boss. Moreover, these bosses had extremely powerful AoE skills. One mistake could easily lead to a party wipe. The same held true for Tier 2 experts. Adventurer teams and workshops that wanted to make money by selling weapons and equipment generally needed to deal with chieftains of the same level. If they wished to grind for mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, they had to deal with lord-ranked monsters. This resulted in the rise in popularity for lifestyle classes capable of producing weapons and equipment. Of course, the system also restricted such lifestyle classes by significantly increasing the production costs of weapons and equipment that were level 50 and above. As a result, even bronze weapons and equipment required many rare materials. This greatly limited the number of weapons and equipment lifestyle players could produce and protected the market from oversaturation. This team is simply ridiculous. They have 4 people capable of using large-scale destruction spells in a 20-man team. Even our adventurer team only has 2 people with such spells. Is that swordsman an NPC? He can actually overwhelm 2 level 62 lords. Shifeng's performance had astonished the Midnight Tea Party's members. However, they weren't shocked because Shifeng had fought 2 level 60+ lords by himself. After all, they were capable of that themselves. What truly shocked them was the overwhelming strength Shifeng had displayed. The swordsman had managed to suppress the petrified trolls through brute force. Turtledove helped tank the petrified troll on Fire's side. Wumian, lure one away from me. Everyone else, prioritize killing the troll shamans. Shifeng ordered after sweeping a glance over the troll shamans, who had less than half their HPs remaining. Kola, start running. Lure the troll chieftain as far away from here as possible. Don't give the shamans any chance to heal the chieftain. Understood. Kola immediately dashed in the opposite direction of the troll shamans. Seeing this, the troll chieftain chased after the escaping guardian knight. When the troll chieftain moved, the troll shamans had no choice but to follow their leader. However, they couldn't cast their heals while moving. As a result, the troll shamans couldn't heal the troll chieftain. Meanwhile, the other members on Shifeng's team begun to bombard the troll shamans. After a few moments, the troll shamans collapsed, one after another, becoming EXP for Shifeng's team. Without the shamans' heals, the petrified trolls became a lot easier to deal with. Don't kill the petrified trolls. Leave them at 5% HP. Shifeng warned his teammates when he noticed Turtledove's petrified troll only had 10% of its HP remaining. The petrified trolls were lords. Although the chances of them dropping green ebony were high, simply killing them would be a waste. After all, he had Icarus's heart on him. If he killed the lords, the chances of them dropping green ebony would be a lot higher. Although no one understood what Shifeng intended to do, they followed his commands. When Turtledove's petrified troll had 5% HP remaining, the team halted their attacks and shifted their focus to Yi Wumian's troll. Under the violent bombardment, it only took 5 minutes for all 3 petrified trolls to reach 5% of their total HP. Guild leader, can we kill them now? Aqua Rose asked. While their team's firepower was indeed fierce, keeping all 3 petrified trolls alive placed an extremely heavy burden on their team's healers. Moreover, after such a long battle, their healers only had 30% of their mana remaining. On the other hand, the troll chieftain had most of its HP remaining. If they delayed the petrified trolls' deaths, their healers would not last. 30% mana remaining. We could give it a try. Shi Feng calculated some factors as he glanced at the troll chieftain's HP and the healer's mana. He then said through the team chat, "Healers, use your intermediate mana recovery potions. Fire, take this petrified troll over for me. Remember, keep the petrified trolls at least 50 yards away from the troll chieftain. Everyone else, focus your fire on the chieftain." Saying so, Shi Feng activated silent steps and appeared behind the troll chieftain. He then executed Thundering Flash. 5 blue lightning streaks devoured the Great Lord, causing damages of around -7,000 to appear above its head. In terms of defense, the troll chieftain was even stronger than the petrified trolls. However, after receiving the damage amplification debuff from Thundering Flash, the team's damage was slightly higher. Divine Providence had a 30-minute cooldown. Shi Feng did not want to waste it. Although the troll chieftain was a great lord, it only had 42 million HP. It also had only 3 main damage skills. Among them, one was the Tier 3 skill, Storm Rage. The second one was Death Curse. It was a spell that was guaranteed to kill one player if it landed. However, this spell could be dodged and players would be fine so long as the spell missed them. The last was an AoE skill called Whirlwind of Death. When activated, this skill would decrease the attack speed and movement speed of all enemies within 100 yards by 50%. Moreover, players would receive 1 death debuff every 10 seconds, each debuff increasing the damage they received by 10%. The troll chieftain would only activate this skill when its HP fell to 30%. Many teams had fallen under the troll chieftain's greatsword in the past due to Whirlwind of Death. To put it simply, once Whirlwind of Death activated, it would become a competition of damage against the troll chieftain. However, Shi Feng was not worried. After all, their team's firepower was off the charts. As the battle with the troll chieftain continued, Cola's HP continuously increased and decreased. Every time the troll chieftain used Storm Rage, Shi Feng landed a full-powered blow to one of the Great Lord's joints, disrupting Storm Rage's trajectory slightly. This small deviation provided Cola with enough space to dodge the attack, preventing his HP from dropping to a critical level and increasing the burden on the healers. As for the troll chieftain's death curse, Shi Feng warned his teammates to avoid the Great Lord's front when he noticed the boss activating the spell. As the troll chieftain channeled death curse through its eyes, one simply needed to avoid standing before the Great Lord and wait out the spell's 5-second duration. Ordinary players might find it difficult to avoid this spell, but these players were experts. As long as Shi Feng notified them in time, they could dodge the spell with little to no trouble. When the troll chieftain only had 30% HP remaining, it roared with fury. "Despicable humans, know our wrath," the troll chieftain shouted. It then spun its great sword at the sky. A black storm instantly formed, covering the battlefield and enveloping Zero Wings players. Finally, Shi Feng had long since grown impatient. He activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Don't hold back. Throw everything you've got at it. With the addition of Shi Feng's doppelganger and the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, the team's damage output instantly soared. The other team members similarly activated their sure kill skills. The troll chieftain's HP rapidly decreased. It lost over 200,000 HP every second. In the end, when it only had 1% HP remaining, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and Thunder God's Descent. Both he and his doppelganger then activated Flame Burst and went on to attack the troll chieftain before assaulting the 3 petrified trolls. As the 4 trolls died, 4 golden balls of light lifted from their corpses and flew into the air. Following which, the golden balls burst and transformed into streams of light that rained on the battlefield. Everyone was rendered speechless. These players had seen something like this before. This scene occurred when they triggered a jackpot. The Midnight Tea Party's members were also dumbfounded. Quadruple jackpots. This was utterly ridiculous. Chapter 1117, Godly Skill. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1117, Godly Skill. After the troll chieftain and 3 petrified trolls died, a golden glow once again encased several players on the team. Killing lords and great lords of a higher level definitely yielded far more EXP than killing elite monsters of a higher level. Among those who leveled up, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud finally reached level 45, while Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian, Minor Wind, and Shadow Sword rose to level 44. In the Black Dragon Empire, they could all rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, the Empire's number 1 player was only level 42, and still quite a distance away from level 43. However, the team was more concerned with the loot before them. This was the first time any of them had seen 4 bosses simultaneously drop jackpots. There were too many items on the ground for them to keep count. This is insane. There should be at least 100 items here. Blackie gaped at the items on the ground. Previously, despite killing so many elite monsters, they had only obtained a few decent items. However, practically every item among the 4 bosses' drops looked decent or better. Guild leader, your luck is simply amazing. In the future, you must join us during the large-scale team dungeon raids. We'll probably get more during a single trip with you than 5 or 6 trips by ourselves. Aqua Rose could not help but look at Shifeng, her eyes shining. It was fairly obvious that, by the look on her face, she wanted to drag Shifeng into a dungeon raid every day. The rest of the team expressed their agreement. With that kind of ridiculous luck, it would be a waste not to have Shifeng raid dungeons. Alright, tidy up the loot first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to raid large-scale team dungeons afterward. Shifeng could not help but chuckle and shake his head in response to everyone's expectant gazes. He had no choice but to offer an empty promise. For now, he had no intentions of revealing Icarus's heart. After all, this godly tool was simply too important to a guild. The necklace could even upgrade a lifestyle player to master rank. Following which, everyone began to collect the loot. They had an extraordinarily abundant harvest this time. The 4 bosses had dropped a total of 115 items, with 96 raw materials. Among the raw materials, 22 were green ebony, which surprised Shifeng. Generally, Lord rank trolls only dropped 1 green ebony when killed, or 2 logs if one were lucky. As for great lords, they usually dropped 3 logs. Crafting a single advanced transport carriage only required 15 logs. If they obtained another 8 logs, they could produce a second transport carriage. If they had 2 advanced transport carriages, he would have the foundation to start new trade routes to Stone Forest Town. Although the 2 carriages couldn't carry a lot of players, they could increase Stone Forest Town's popularity among NPCs. He could also earn quite a sum in transportation fees. After organizing the materials, Shifeng began to appraise the remaining items. In God's domain, after reaching level 50, players would have to appraise the items monsters dropped if they wanted to know exactly what they had obtained. This added yet another expenditure for many players. Because of this, many players in the past had pursued the appraiser lifestyle class. This way, they could save money on appraisal fees. Of course, players who picked up the appraiser class for this reason could only appraise low-rank items such as bronze or mysterious iron rank. For secret silver rank, one needed to become an intermediate appraiser. However, becoming an intermediate appraiser was extremely difficult. One generally needed a guild support to do so. Without the full support of a large guild, it was practically impossible to become an advanced appraiser. To become an intermediate appraiser, one needed to appraise 20,000 mysterious iron items. As items of mysterious iron rank were not extremely rare, some workshops or adventurer teams could afford to nurture one. Unfortunately, they had no hope of nurturing an advanced appraiser. This was due to the basic requirement of appraising 50,000 fine gold items. Even top-tier workshops and adventurer teams could not obtain so many fine gold items above level 50. Only large guilds had any chance of achieving this. Meanwhile, nurturing advanced appraisers was a benefit to a guild. In the past, guilds had normally only charged their members a quarter of NPC's appraisal fees, while non-guild members paid 3/4 of NPC prices. By doing so, guilds could make a fortune. NPC price for appraising a dark gold item was around 10 gold. For excellent dark gold items, the price was even higher. Even if guilds charged a lower appraisal fee, with how many players there were in a guild, it would not be unusual to appraise several thousand items. Including the appraisal fees from non-guild players, a guild could easily make 200 or 300 gold a day. In the past, small guilds with only thousands of members dreamed of this kind of pure profit. Although Zero Wing still did not have any advanced appraisers, Shi Feng possessed the omniscient eyes. Not only was the skill a very advanced identification skill, but it also served as an advanced appraisal skill. After a short moment, Shi Feng finished appraising the remaining 19 items. What? Basic soul return actually dropped. Shi Feng shouted in surprise after appraising the ordinary-looking skill book. Basic soul return? Doesn't that skill allow one to resurrect other players while in battle? Gentle Snow asked in shock. What? Guild leader, did it really drop? Aqua Rose looked at Shi Feng excitedly, afraid that Shi Feng was joking. Resurrection during combat would be a godly skill in dungeons. In dungeons, it wasn't uncommon for bosses to instant-kill MTs due to mistakes. When such situations occurred, the entire team would die with the MT. However, if a team had basic soul return, they could resurrect the MT and continue the raid. This skill would undoubtedly reduce the unnecessary team wipes in dungeons. Take a look yourself, Shi Feng said, nodding. He then shared the skill's information in the team chat. Basic soul return. Resurrects one player while in combat. Player resurrected will only recover 30% HP and 20% mana. Their death penalty will be halved. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Class restriction, Cleric, Druid, and Oracle. After everyone read the skill's introduction, excitement illuminated their expressions. What a godly skill! Previously, these players had only heard of skills that could resurrect players during battle. Now, not only was one such skill before them, but it could also reduce the death penalty. It was very common for players to die and lose a level when fighting a field boss. If they could reduce their death penalty by half and only lose 50% EXP, they could save plenty of time. What a pity! It would be great if the death penalty reduction were slightly higher, Cola said. Whether it was raiding dungeons or killing field bosses, MTs were the most susceptible to death. Following which, Shi Feng shared the information for the remaining loot. The items were mostly level 60 weapons and equipment, with the best being secret silver rank. However, none of them could compare to basic soul return skill. Guild leader, should we search for another troll encampment? Minor Wind asked. Even after observing their surroundings for some time, he did not notice any signs of incoming monsters. It was likely that they had cleared out all of the nearby trolls. If they wanted to kill more, they would have to grind elsewhere. No. First, we need to greet our friends hiding in the distance, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He then turned to the dead forest on his left, shouting, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Why don't you come out and meet us?" Chapter 11:18, Reuniting with the Tea Party. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 11:18, Reuniting with the Tea Party. Due to the quiet of the surrounding forest, the Midnight Tea Party's members heard Shi Feng loud and clear. "Leader, we've been discovered. What should we do?" Cloud Yarn asked somewhat anxiously. It wasn't unusual to encounter other players in the fields. However, this situation was somewhat different. This was because they bore the suspicion of banditry. Shi Feng's team had just finished killing multiple bosses. Although they had already obtained the loot, the items would remain ownerless for the next 2 hours. As long as they were killed, the loot was guaranteed to drop. Cloud Yarn did not doubt that Shi Feng's team would be merciless to anyone who attempted to rob them. It wouldn't have been a major issue if Shi Feng's team were only comprised of ordinary experts. However, based on the miraculous feats she had witnessed, Shifeng's team was most likely just as strong as theirs. If it really came down to a fight, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Guild leader, could that guy be trying to trick us into revealing ourselves? We're so far away. How could he possibly discover us? Moreover, we're using isolation scrolls right now. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be able to discover us even with detection. How could a swordsman like him detect us? The Ranger, Dark War, Sit. Among the many classes in God's domain, the Ranger had the strongest perception abilities, with both active and passive skills. Rangers were usually a team's eyes. Although the Swordsman class was also an agility-type class, it was not even a match for assassins, much less Rangers. The rest of the adventurer team agreed with Dark War's words. Not only were their teams separated by such a massive distance, but the player that had called them out wasn't even a Ranger. Moreover, they were also under an isolation scroll's effects. Shifeng might have shouted to see whether or not there were nearby players waiting to ambush his team. I don't think so. He's looking directly at us. Moreover, this is the Crying Ghost Ridge. This area is too dangerous for ordinary players, Endless Scars said confidently as she watched Shifeng, who stared straight at them. Big Sis Endless, what should we do? Should we just go over there? Cloud Yarn asked. What if those people misunderstand our intentions? Yarn, what are you afraid of? At most, we'll have to fight them. We'll see who regrets their actions in the end, Netherworld said, wearing an eager expression. As an independent adventurer, his favorite hobby was to push his limits. Watching Fire Dance's performance had excited his will to fight. Wave is right. We're the Midnight Tea Party. Since when have we feared other players? Also, they have just finished an intense battle. They must have exhausted most of their abilities. If it really came down to a fight, they would be the suffering team. The other team members shared similar thoughts. Arthur, let's go over and introduce ourselves. As for a fight breaking out, I don't believe that it's likely. Those players aren't fools. They should have noticed our presence long ago. Since we didn't try to attack them during a crucial moment, they should realize that we carry no ill will, Breeze Wine, the team's leader, explained. He then approached Shifeng's team. Giving the matter some thought, the Midnight Tea Party's members saw the reason in their leader's words. They then followed Breeze Wine. Meanwhile, after Shifeng announced the other team's presence, the rest of Zero Wing's members followed his gaze. However, none of them noticed the silhouette or presence of other players. Snow, do you think the guild leader is being overly sensitive? Zhao Yueru asked softly after failing to find anybody in the forest ahead. Overly sensitive? Gentle Snow considered the possibility. After all, they had just finished a difficult battle. Even the best failed sometimes. They were also in a dangerous neutral map. A mistake wouldn't be unusual. However, as such thoughts began to sweep through the team, a blurry figure appeared from the dark forest ahead. Shortly after, more figures appeared. Zhao Yueru's jaw dropped as she turned to Shifeng in astonishment. Not only was the other party so far away, but they had also used isolation scrolls, yet Shifeng still noticed them. Did he have the eyes of a hawk or something? However, the team did not know that Shifeng's agility attribute had long since broken past the threshold of Tier 1 players, 1,500 points, and reached the realm of Tier 2 players. As a result, he gained the passive skill, Basic Perception. The passive skill greatly enhanced his 5 senses. As a result, he could see and hear further and clearer. To Shifeng, an ordinary magic scroll like the isolation scroll was useless. He had noticed them when the Midnight Tea Party had hidden among the trees. However, the team didn't have much time to spend in a daze. The new arrivals were none other than the powerful independent adventurer team they had encountered in Ghost Forest Town. If they were not careful, they would suffer. Hello. I am Breeze Wine, the leader of the adventurer team Midnight Tea Party. We have no ill intentions. We just happened to come across your team as we were passing by. Breeze Wine took the initiative to explain. I understand. If you guys had any hostile will, you would have taken action as we were about to kill the bosses, Shifeng calmly stated. Moreover, we've already met in Ghost Forest Town. Ghost Forest Town? Are you guys that masked team? Breeze Wine stared at Shifeng in shock. In God's domain, many adventurer teams wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Hence, he hadn't humored the thought that Shifeng and the others could be the team he had come across in Ghost Forest Town. After all, his team had the Beastmaster's breath, which had allowed them to reach Crying Ghost Ridge unhindered. Any other team would have been harassed by the level 60 monsters and wouldn't be a match for their adventurer team's speed, yet now. Not only had Shifeng's team reached the ridge ahead of them, but they had also killed 2 groups of foreign races. Breeze Wine could not begin to fathom how Shifeng and the others managed this. The other Midnight Tea Party members were similarly surprised. A serious curiosity filled Breeze Wine's expression as he looked at Shifeng and the other Zero Wing members. Are you guys also here for a quest? Shifeng asked without hesitation. Players generally kept quiet about their high-level quests. This was especially true for quests in neutral maps. On the off chance that one attracts unwanted attention, they could suffer significant losses. Hence, when encountering strangers in the fields, one usually avoided mentioning quests to avoid suspicion. In Shifeng's opinion, however, such wariness was unnecessary here. Only a fool would believe that players in a neutral map weren't pursuing some quest. Moreover, by taking the initiative to admit that they were also here for a quest, he could avoid appearing suspicious himself and hide the fact that they were here to grind green ebony. Upon hearing Shifeng's straightforward question, Breeze Wine could not help but laugh and admitted, "That's right, our adventurer team is here to complete a quest. Are you, perhaps, interested? If you help us complete the quest, we will give you 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment as a thank you gift." Leader. Dark War and the others turned to Breeze Wine in confusion. They had spent over half a month to obtain this quest, yet Breeze Wine had just invited a bunch of strangers to help them. Moreover, these strangers were experts whose strength could rival their own. This was simply too risky. Chapter 1119, Fallen Arkansas. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1119, Fallen Arkansas. Just as the Midnight Tea Party's members waited for their leader's answer, Breeze Wine's offer had also stunned Shifeng's team. The man had actually offered 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment right off the bat. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts only wore level 40 dark gold equipment. Level 45 dark gold equipment was simply too difficult to obtain. Normally, one only encountered such items by killing field bosses or completing quests. After all, the various large guilds were still amassing equipment from level 40 large-scale team dungeons. They still did not have good enough equipment to raid level 45 large-scale team dungeons. If put up for auction, level 45 dark gold equipment could sell for at least 200 gold. If it were an excellent piece of dark gold equipment, selling for even 500 gold wouldn't be surprising. 3 pieces of dark gold equipment was easily worth 1,000 gold. Presented with such an offer, even large guilds would be willing to give everything they had to help. Thank you for the offer, Team Leader Breeze, but we have other matters that we need to attend to, so we cannot accept your offer. Shifeng rejected the offer without so much as a thought. Although 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment were quite valuable, it wasn't what Zero Wing needed the most right now. The green ebony they were after would affect Stone Forest Town's prosperity. The wood was arguably their top priority. Shifeng's outright rejection stunned the Midnight Tea Party. Even super guilds wouldn't casually reject a 1,000 gold offer, yet Shifeng hadn't hesitated in the least. Dark War and the others, who had been opposed to the idea of Shifeng's team joining them, were somewhat annoyed. Their Midnight Tea Party had never asked for help before, yet in their first attempt, their offer had been tossed aside like garbage. Why wouldn't they be frustrated? Meanwhile, Endless Scars, who stood to a side, looked at Shifeng. Smiling, she said, "Truthfully, we don't need much help with our quest. We simply hope that you will help us fend off any monsters while we activate a magic array. We won't take up much of your time. 1 hour should be more than enough. If you feel that 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment aren't enough, we can pay 4,000 magic crystals instead. What do you think?" Big Sis Endless? Cloud Yarn's pretty eyes widened as she stared at endless scars in astonishment. Their leader's invitation was understandable as the man wanted to befriend Shifeng's team. However, she had never imagined that Endless Scars would also make an offer. Moreover, Endless Scars was offering magic crystals. Magic crystal was the current mainstream currency among God's Domain's experts because magic crystals allowed players to enter the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. There were many other uses for magic crystals as well. It was easy to trade magic crystals for coins, but the same was not true for the reverse. As for weapons and equipment, if an expert had no need for them, they didn't have much value to said expert. Hence, Apex experts were more willing to act for magic crystals than anything else. 1 hour for 4,000 magic crystals? Miss Endless, your proposal is impossible to refuse. Endless Scars' wealth momentarily stunned Shifeng. Not long ago, Phoenix Rain had offered to hire 10 of Zero Wings players for an entire day for 5,000 magic crystals. Even then, he was impressed by the woman's wealth. If it were up to him, he'd never pay such a high price. Only now did he understood that there was always someone better in this world. However, when he thought about how the Blackwater Corporation backed Endless Scars, spending 4,000 magic crystals wouldn't be much of an issue for her. Let's sign a contract right away then. The smile on Endless Scars' face grew even more charming when she heard Shifeng's answer. Following which, Shifeng signed a contract with Breeze Wine. The system contract was assurance for both parties involved. Aside from players who were unwilling to spend 5 silver coins on the contract, players at this stage of the game generally signed one when working together. Chapter 1120, Special Lifeform. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1120, Special Lifeform. As Shifeng recalled information on the fallen Ark, Breeze Wine slowly approached the canyon's entrance and carefully took a 16-sided orange crystal from his bag. As soon as he revealed the orange crystal, an invisible aura pulsed from the item. Moreover, each pulse was stronger than the last. What is that? Why does my whole body suddenly feel like lead? Gentle Snow could not help but shift her gaze to the orange crystal. The more she looked at the crystal, the more she feared it. It was as if this crystal were purgatory itself. Even her soul shuddered with fear. Gentle Snow wasn't the only one shocked by Breeze Wine's crystal. Alluring Summer and the others were similarly afraid. Only the Midnight Tea Party's members, Shifeng, and several Zero Wing Corps members remained unperturbed. Shifeng and the Corps members had experienced this pressure before. It was divine might. There was a qualitative difference between the life rating of gods and ordinary people. Gods had created this orange crystal, and naturally, their aura had tainted it. Ordinary people wouldn't be comfortable around this aura. Around this energy, ordinary humans would feel like they had been submerged in liquid metal. Not only would they find it extremely difficult to move, but their breathing would also become labored. As the orange crystal released one pulse after another, the canyon began to shake. A purple-gold, 5-fold magic array appeared in the sky. Sure enough, their quest is related to the fallen Arkansas. Have they lost their minds? They dare risk opening it at this stage of the game. Shifeng's expression darkened as he watched Breeze Wine lift the orange crystal above his head while chanting an incantation. Hurriedly, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat! Retreat!" Zero Wings members looked to Shifeng in confusion. What are you guys doing? Dark War and the other Midnight Tea Party members asked, enraged when they heard Shifeng's command to his teammates. Their teams had already signed a contract with each other. Although there were no penalties for breaking the contract, no matter how they looked at it, Shifeng was breaking his promise. Moreover, now that they had exposed the contents of their quest, how could they possibly allow Shifeng and the others to leave? No time for explanations. Either run or die. Shifeng turned and fled. Shifeng hadn't expected that, while he assumed that the Midnight Tea Party's quest was related to it, their goal was to activate the slumbering fallen Arkansas. Activating the fallen Ark had shaken God's domain in the past. When the Ark woke, it also roused the sleeping abyssal monsters within. Although these abyssal monsters had been gravely injured during the Great Ancient War, they were still immensely powerful. The old monsters that had woken inside the Ark were mythic rank. Moreover, as more time passed and these monsters recovered, they grew more powerful. These monsters' emergence had turned Crying Ghost Ridge into a forbidden land for players. In the past, to explore the fallen Ark's secrets, a few super guilds had dispatched an army of over 100,000 players. This army only consisted of Tier 2 players, and the lowest level was level 60. Many Apex experts had marched with the army as well. Such a force was normally more than enough to deal with 5 or 6 mythic monsters, yet the army had been annihilated in the end. Not one player had made it out of the fallen Ark alive. To make matters worse, these players had boosted the old abyssal monster's strength. It was suicidal to activate the fallen Ark with just their 2 teams of Tier 1 players. Big Sis Endless, they're running away. What should we do? Do we stop them? Netherworld Wave hurriedly asked Endless Scars. No need. We're fleeing too, Endless Scars said, shaking her head as she watched her phone. She ran. But our leader is still here. Cloud Yarn exclaimed anxiously as she shifted her gaze between Endless Scars and Breeze Wine. Once the unlocking process has begun, it cannot be stopped. The situation has changed, we have no choice but to sacrifice him, Endless Scars said without hesitation. However, this isn't a complete loss. At the very least, we can hide and watch what happens when the magic array activates from a distance. Although Endless Scars' words were casual, the Midnight Tea Party's members felt chills crawl down their backs. These players were all companions and had fought through many life-or-death battles together. Their team leader was one of them, yet Endless Scars spoke of sacrificing Breeze Wind as if she were talking about the weather. Unfortunately, as their team leader couldn't do anything, they had to listen to Endless Scars as she was the Midnight Tea Party's second in command. Shortly after the Midnight Tea Party members escaped from the magic array's range, 5 steel giants pulled themselves from the ground. Fallen Garrison Captain, Special Life Form, Grand Lord. Level 65. HP 120, 000, 000/120, 000, 000. Fallen Patrol, Special Life Form, Great Lord. Level 63. HP 57, 000, 000/57, 000, 000. Upon seeing these monsters, both Endless Scars and Shurfang's teams gaped in shock. What are these monsters? Their HP is so high. The pressure from them is so strong too. Aqua Rose felt her scalp tingle as she stared at these monsters. Despite standing several hundred yards away, she still felt an intense pressure radiating from the monsters. It would certainly affect the combat power they could exert in close combat. Based on her estimates, they'd be lucky to display 70% of their usual combat powers. If it came down to a fight, they would team wipe. The Midnight Tea Party also understood how powerful the Guardian monsters were. These monsters' life rating was definitely higher than theirs. The Fallen Garrison Captain, in particular, was at least 2 or 3 ratings higher than the Grand Lords they've previously faced. It could practically rival a mythic monster's strength. In front of these monsters, their preparations were rubbish. While the Midnight Tea Party members were frozen in shock, Endless Scars shifted her gaze towards Shurfang. Did he know these monsters would show up? Endless Scars came to her own conclusions as she recalled Shurfang's decisive order to retreat. Although the Fallen Ark was a secret, based on the team's performance and Shurfang's statement that they, too, were here for a quest, it was likely that the man knew something about the Fallen Arkansas. Otherwise, how could she explain Shurfang's decision to flee the moment he saw them activate the magic array? What Endless Scars did not know was that Shurfang wasn't worried about the steel giant's sudden appearance at all. Rather, he was afraid of the abyssal monsters inside the Fallen Ark itself. If those monsters were released, it would disrupt his plans to grind for green ebony. If that was their goal, he wouldn't help the Midnight Tea Party. As the steel giants appeared, the Fallen Garrison Captain instantly killed Breeze Wine as he maintained the magic array. When Breeze Wine died, the magic array began to dissipate gradually, as did the steel giants shortly after. Peace soon returned to the canyon. When the area returned to normal, Endless Scars stopped her team before the Midnight Tea Party members could give Shifeng a piece of their minds. She approached Shifeng's team herself. Chapter 1121. Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. As Endless Scars slowly walked up to Shifeng, she sized up the man carefully. Although she couldn't see Shifeng's appearance due to the black cloak, curiosity filled her eyes. Shifeng similarly observed Endless Scars, one of God's domain's legendary figures in the past. The woman had clear, bright eyes, curved eyebrows, and thick eyelashes. A hint of pink colored her pristine, white jade skin. Her thin, soft lips were as mesmerizing as a ruby. As she revealed a hint of a smile, she could captivate any player. Shifeng had to admit that even gentle Snow, who everyone called a goddess, fell short compared to Endless Scars. Guild leader, that beauty seems interested in you, Blackie said, snickering softly. Instead of responding, Shifeng rolled his eyes. Although others might strive for a beauty like Endless Scars' attention, Shifeng knew how costly it was. He knew all too well what kind of person Endless Scars was. Although she wore an interested expression, looking like a little girl who had just found a new toy, her thoughts were as pure as everyone assumed. It was no different than her attitude towards Breeze wine. If Miss Endless wants to ask why we changed our plans so abruptly, I believe you have already figured that out after seeing those 5 special lifeforms. It's not that we want to back out of our transaction, we're just powerless to help. If Miss Endless doesn't have any other matters to discuss, we will take our leave. Shifeng took the initiative to bid the woman farewell. Although he did not know what lay inside the fallen ark that could tempt the Midnight Tea Party, he no longer wanted to associate with the adventurer team. Please wait. I wish to represent the Midnight Tea Party in thanking you. If not for your command to flee, we would be dead by now. Here are 1,000 magic crystals. Take them as a thank you gift, and let's part as friends, Endless Scars said. She then retrieved a gray gemstone bag and handed it to Shifeng. Every Midnight Tea Party member was stunned. What was going on here? Not only hadn't Endless Scars questioned Shifeng's intentions, but she also gave him 1,000 magic crystals as a sign of gratitude. She was insane. This beautiful big sister is simply too rich. When Violet Cloud saw the cloth bag of 1,000 magic crystals, even she wanted to volunteer to become Endless Scars' little sister. Even large guilds would hesitate before giving away 1,000 magic crystals, yet Endless Scars did so without blinking. Although Shifeng wanted to say something, Endless Scars quickly followed up by saying softly, although our transaction has failed, I'd like to conduct another trade. We'll enter the Fallen Ark together and split the items 30-70. How about it? Endless Scars' offer shocked every player present. Miss Endless, you saw the monsters guarding the entrance. At this stage of the game, we have no chance against them. Shifeng could not understand what was going through Endless Scars' mind. Those 5 special life forms were no laughing matter. Even he was not confident in taking them down. Special life forms were extremely rare in God's domain. They were weapons the gods had specifically crafted for war. Like puppets, they possessed eternal life. They also had the power of immortality. Even if players killed them, they would resurrect. Moreover, they would revive slightly stronger than before. Generally, it only took these special life forms 10 minutes to resurrect, with some of the more powerful monsters taking up to an hour or so. In addition, these monsters did not drop any loot. Hence, players usually kept their distance. One had to admit that these special life forms were excellent guardians. What if I tell you that there's an inferior legendary treasure chest inside? Endless Scars asked when she saw Shifeng's lack of interest. Smiling faintly, she continued, based on what I've uncovered, there should be more than one inferior legendary treasure chest inside. In addition, there are plenty of epic treasure chests. My map can lead us to these treasure chests and allow us to bypass the traps. Are you sure you're not interested? The Fallen Ark had been one of the final weapons in the Great Ancient War. The items inside had been left behind by the gods before they had died. NPCs would consider even the most ordinary item a treasure, let alone players. You have a map? Shi Feng stared at endless scars, flabbergasted. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the fallen Arkansas. However, obtaining these treasures wasn't that easy. To current players, triggering any of the traps inside would result in death. Hence, even after clearing out the monsters in the fallen Ark, very few players had been willing to explore it in the past. In fact, after the abyssal monsters had been cleared out, a large number of players and guilds had rushed into the fallen Arkansas. In the end, however, only a few had escaped with their lives. Practically 99.9% of the players that entered the Ark had died in the outer region. Even if one managed to reach the Ark's inner region, they would have to deal with even more powerful traps. As a result, very few were capable of leaving the Ark with any of its treasures. Players had come to both love and despise the fallen Arkansas. However, it would be a different story if they had a map. Aside from the awakened abyssal monsters and a few special life forms, the fallen Ark was void of life. The traps would be their main problem after entering the Arkansas. A map of the Ark's various traps was the equivalent of a free pass to its treasures. As long as they were careful to avoid the abyssal monsters and special life forms, they could obtain the Ark's treasures unhindered. Shi Feng finally understood Bree's wine and endless scars' attraction to the fallen Ark and why they'd be willing to spend 4,000 magic crystals to hire his team for an hour. That's right. If you don't believe me, take a look. Although it is only a fragment, can lead us to the fallen Ark's inner region, Endless Scars said. She then took out a broken map with only 2/5 of the original and showed it to Shi Feng. The item's name was Fallen Ark Map. However, if Shi Feng wished to look at it in detail, he needed the owner's permission. I can help you get inside. However, I have a condition. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng eventually chose to take the risk. In the past, even the most inferior item players secured from the fallen Ark's inner area was an epic item. If one were lucky, they could even obtain a fragmented legendary item. A fragmented legendary item. With one such item, a player's combat power would skyrocket. If he could obtain one, the item would greatly enhance his chances of success both in the Dark Arena and in the contest for Thunder Island. As for the abyssal monsters that would be released, they would mostly roam the Crying Ghost Ridge's inner regions. His team could still grind trolls in the outer region. The only drawback was a slightly lower drop rate for green ebony. Endless Scars had only wanted to test Shi Feng with her offer. However, upon hearing Shi Feng's confident reply, a small glimmer of hope shone in her flawless eyes. As long as your conditions aren't too outrageous, I can agree to them on behalf of our team leader, Endless Scars straightforwardly replied, smiling faintly. It was as if she had long since guessed Shi Feng's thoughts. Pointing at the map in Endless Scars' hand, Shi Feng said in a non-negotiable tone, "Give me a copy of the Fallen Ark map. Once we're inside, we'll go our separate ways and agree to a non-aggression pact. What we each walk away with will depend on our abilities." Chapter 1122, Foundation Magic Array. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1122, Foundation Magic Array. Endless Scars' conversation with Shi Feng had been private. The other players hadn't heard their discussion. However, when the Midnight Tea Party members saw Endless Scars' frown, they were shocked. Endless Scars had never revealed such an expression throughout her time on the team. Even when monsters nearly wiped their team out, nothing close to a frown had appeared on her face. "Propose another. Our team cannot agree to that condition," Endless Scars said after giving the matter some thought. Looking straight at Shi Feng, she said seriously, "The map itself is a pass to the fallen Arkansas. If you have it, you can enter the Ark more than once. This will undoubtedly increase our competition over the Ark's treasure. With how important the fallen Ark is, I believe that no sane person would agree to your proposal. Moreover, even if our adventurer team can't enter the fallen Ark right now, we can simply return when we're strong enough. In any case, the key is ours. If we don't activate the Ark, no one will be able to enter it." "What you're saying is true. However, you don't seem to know the Fallen Ark's true secret, Shifeng said, chuckling. He had long since guessed Endless Scars' reply. The Fallen Ark map was priceless. Naturally, he didn't expect the Midnight Tea Party to just make a copy for him. However, the adventurer team's understanding of the Fallen Ark was no match for his. What are you trying to say? Although Endless Scars had her suspicions, after hearing Shifeng's confident comments, she was even more certain that Shifeng knew plenty of information about the Fallen Arkansas. Well, it doesn't really matter even if I tell you this. Although you have the key and the map, it is still impossible to obtain the items inside the Fallen Ark, Shifeng explained as he pointed to where the 5 special life forms had disappeared. You've seen for yourselves how powerful those guards are. However, the monsters inside are even more formidable. If you open the Ark, those monsters will escape. Moreover, those monsters will, slowly but surely, grow stronger. If you don't deal with them properly, even the map won't help you. Meanwhile, I have a way to deal with those monsters. If we work together, we can reach the Ark's inner region quickly. Even if you don't want to cooperate with us, once you open the Ark, we can still go in ourselves. Once the Ark is open, it won't ever close. Anyone will be able to enter. Endless Scars hesitated after listening to Shifeng's explanation. Although she wasn't sure if Shifeng were telling the truth, if he was, then her side had no way of dealing with those monsters. Their map might as well be a blank piece of paper. On the other hand, Shifeng had a way of combating this problem. Once Shifeng's team entered the Ark, although their progress would be slow without the map, the Midnight Tea Party would suffer a massive loss if they came across any treasure. Most importantly, her team did not have a lot of time. After all, their quest had a time limit. Based on her estimates, even if they focused on grinding and completing their class promotions, the furthest they could reach was Tier 2, level 55 before the quest's time limit was up. At that tier and level, their team might have a chance of defeating the 5 entrance guards. Unfortunately, she was not certain that they could deal with the Ark's monsters, which Shifeng claimed were far stronger. She had to admit that Shifeng's knowledge on those monsters was invaluable. Alright, I'll agree to your conditions. However, you need to tell me what you know about those monsters. You also have to tell me how to deal with them. If what you say is true, I'll make a copy of the map once we're in the Arkansas. If you lie to me, you won't get anything. Endless Scars glared at Shifeng. This was the first time she hadn't had the upper hand in a negotiation since she had joined God's domain. She was even more frustrated that she still didn't know Shifeng and his team members' identities. That won't be a problem. Once you see for yourself, you'll know the truth, Shifeng laughed. After the various super guilds' army had suffered annihilation, Crying Ghost Ridge had become a forbidden land for players in the past. Even then, however, many players had sought the Fallen Ark's treasure. To deal with the incomparably powerful abyssal monsters, these players had formed a multitude of plans. Unfortunately, none of those plans had succeeded. The most ridiculous part was that players had only discovered a proper method of dealing with the monsters after they had been defeated. That method involved utilizing mana stones. Due to the special mana phenomenon inside the Fallen Ark, the slumbering abyssal monsters couldn't absorb mana to recover. However, once the Fallen Ark was unlocked, this mana disturbance would vanish. To recover their strength, these abyssal monsters urgently needed large amounts of mana. Ordinary magic crystals would not do. To those ancient abyssal monsters, mana of such quality did little to aid in their recovery. Only mana stones were suitable. When the time came, he simply needed to construct a foundation magic array to display the mana stones. The mana stones would lure the abyssal monsters, and once they left, these abyssal monsters wouldn't be able to return to the Ark for a short time. Their teams could then search the Ark relatively safely. Following which, Shifeng and Endless Scars signed a contract. After ensuring that there were no issues, Shifeng had Violet Cloud use basic soul return on Breeze Wine. This way, Breeze Wine would not lose a level, and his combat power would be unaffected. Wait here for now. I still need to prepare, Shifeng said before entering the Dead Forest by himself and setting up a teleportation point with the Abyss Pendant. He then used a return scroll and teleported to White River City. As soon as Shi Feng returned to White River City, he passed the green ebony he had obtained to Melancholic Smile. Although they only had enough for one advanced transport carriage, it took a considerable amount of time to manufacture one. Even if they had a master engineer and a master forger, they would need close to a day. Hence, the sooner they began production, the better. Inside one of the candlelight trading firm's special forging room, Shi Feng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, which he had picked up from his private warehouse on his way back, and began to synthesize magic crystals into mana stones. He could synthesize 1 mana stone from 50 magic crystals. Without hesitation, he used all 1,000 magic crystals he had obtained from Endless Scars and ended up with 20 mana stones. That was enough to lure the abyssal monsters from the Ark twice. Following which, Shi Feng made 9 magic array scrolls for the 9-star polar domain. Once those were complete, he used the Abyss Pendant to return to Crying Ghost Ridge. Upon returning to the ridge, Shi Feng used 10 mana stones to set up a foundation magic array far from the canyon where the fallen Ark resided. With this foundation magic array, he could lure all the abyssal monsters from inside the Arkansas. After finishing that task, Shi Feng returned to his team. "You finished your tasks already?" Endless Scars asked Shi Feng with a suspicious tone. Only 1 hour or so had passed since Shi Feng had left. That wasn't even enough time to make a round trip to a town or city. What could he possibly do in 1 hour? Originally, she had thought that Shi Feng had left to gather reinforcements. After all, with their current strength, defeating the 5 guardian monsters was impossible. At the very least, they needed a team of 100 experts. Yet, Shi Feng hadn't brought even 1 player back with him. "Endless, is this brat toying with us?" Dark War asked through the team chat, infuriated. After Shi Feng left, Endless Scars had told her team everything about her agreement with Shi Feng. They all thought that Shi Feng's demands were outrageous. They also thought that Shi Feng was lying about how powerful the monsters inside the Ark were and that he simply wanted to trick them for their map. Shi Feng's speedy return only justified their assumptions. Before Endless Scars could reply, however, Shi Feng beat her to it and said, "I've completed my preparations. However, during the battle, everyone needs to follow my commands." Chapter 1123, Monsters Domain. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1123, Monsters Domain. "You'll take command?" The Midnight Tea Party members shot Shi Feng scornful looks. To ordinary players, a team commander's role was not particularly important. Ordinary players wouldn't have any choice in the matter if an expert like Shi Feng wanted to guide them. However, they weren't ordinary players. Moreover, even the slightest mistake could result in death in the upcoming battle. If they died and lost the fight, they would have wasted several days of effort. If they were not absolutely confident in their commander, how could Apex experts risk listening to him? Having only met him recently, Shi Feng was just a stranger. They could let Shi Feng's request for the Fallen Ark map slide. However, if he thought that they would listen to his commands, he was simply dreaming. Breeze Wine nodded in agreement with his teammates' responses. He didn't think that it would be suitable for Shi Feng to take command of the Midnight Tea Party either. However, this was not because he looked down on Shi Feng's abilities. Rather, for one to qualify as a commander, one needed to familiarize themselves with every player on the team. This included their various basic attributes, skills, habits, and many other details. Only by knowing this information could one effectively lead and allow everyone in the team to display their fullest potential. Shi Feng knew nothing about the Midnight Tea Party members. Although it wouldn't be a major issue if they were raiding a simple dungeon or boss monster, they intended to take on a level 65 Grand Lord and 4 level 63 Great Lords. Any mistakes would definitely result in casualties. "It's fine if you don't want me in command. I'll just tell you our raid strategy. When the time comes, work with us," Shi Feng said, not minding the hostile looks he received. "Only, I will not be responsible for any casualties." 5 special life forms working together was no laughing matter. Based on Shi Feng's understanding, every one of those 5 special life forms possessed their own ultimate moves. Alone, those ultimate moves might not be that powerful, but combined, their might increased exponentially. If those 5 special life forms cooperated with each other, they could annihilate a team of apex experts effortlessly. Players needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the boss's skills. Even a slight error could result in a team wipe. Hence, he had asked to take command. "That won't be a problem," Breeze Wine confidently replied. "If a team wipe occurs due to a mistake on our side, we'll compensate you correspondingly." The rest of the team members agreed with the arrangement as well. At the very least, this was far better than taking orders from a stranger. Following which, Shi Feng began to assign tasks. In reality, there was very little the Midnight Tea Party needed to do. As Breeze Wine had assumed, Shi Feng was not very familiar with the Midnight Tea Party's members. Thus, he hadn't assigned them any particularly important tasks. The adventurer team mainly had to supply 9 magical classes to maintain the 9-star polar domain magic array. Shi Feng told the other 9 players to distract 2 of the fallen patrols. They did not even need to focus on damaging the Great Lords. As for Breeze Wine, he had to unlock the Ark, of course. Zero Wing would deal with the fallen garrison captain and the remaining 2 fallen patrols. After Shi Feng finished assigning tasks, both teams began to inspect their weapons, equipment, potions, and scrolls. Later, while leader is maintaining the magic array, I'll take over command. "You guys better not embarrass our team," Endless Scars said seriously as she glanced at her teammates. "Endless, rest assured. You know our standards better than anyone else. When the time comes, even if their side is annihilated, we won't have any issues," the Ranger, Dark War, sneered as he shot a glare at Shi Feng's team. Facing 2 level 63 Great Lords might be a problem for ordinary experts. To their adventurer team, however, it was simply a somewhat strenuous task. Moreover, they only had to serve as distractions. They were not even required to fight the 2 bosses head-on. On the other hand, Shi Feng's side, which needed to confront a Grand Lord and 2 Great Lords directly, was the largest concern. After everyone confirmed that there were no issues, Shi Feng signaled Breeze Wine with a wave of his hand, having the latter start the unlocking process. Seeing this, Breeze Wine raised the orange crystal above his head and began to chant once more. Following which, the canyon shook as 5 massive figures rose from the ground. They were none other than the fallen garrison captain and the 4 fallen patrols. "Activate the magic array," Shi Feng hurriedly shouted. Endless Scars gave the same command practically at the same time. Suddenly, a massive, purple-gold magic array appeared and enveloped the 5 boss monsters. As an intermediate magic array, the 9-star polar domain could even suppress mythic monsters. Naturally, the garrison captain and patrols were no exception. Immediately, the 5 bosses' attributes began to fall rapidly. How is this intermediate magic array so powerful? The Midnight Tea Party was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, the fallen garrison captain's HP fell from 120 million to 96 million, whereas the fallen patrol's HPs fell from 57 million to 41 million. The magic array's effects even stunned Endless Scars. While they, the Midnight Tea Party, had seen intermediate magic arrays before and had even collected a complete set themselves, that intermediate magic array was only capable of reducing a Grand Lord's basic attributes by 10%. Even then, it was already considerably powerful for an intermediate magic array. Yet, the 9-star polar domain had weakened the fallen garrison captain by 20% and the fallen patrols by 30%. This was simply inconceivable. Of course, Shi Feng's team didn't even stop to notice the Midnight Tea Party members' reactions. "Go!" Under Shi Feng's command, Cola, Yiwumian, and Turtledove charged at own targets. As the lead MT, Cola would deal with the Grand Lord, while Turtledove and Yiwumian would each tank the 2 Great Lords. Special Lifeform's life rating was slightly higher than ordinary monsters, though they were undoubtedly inferior to archaic species. With their attributes suppressed, Cola and the others should be able to handle them. However, before Cola could reach the fallen garrison captain, the latter swung its massive, 10-meter-long greatsword at the ground. Boom! A massive fissure ripped through the ground, extending straight towards Cola. Cola, activate protection blessing. Shifeng shouted upon seeing the attack. Cola activated protection blessing without hesitation. He then positioned his shield before his body and gripped it with both hands. Ping! Cola was thrown 10 yards away on the spot. The truth shield and protection on him shattered into oblivion. Meanwhile, Cola's HP fell by over 25,000. The Troll Chieftain's ultimate move paled tremendously in comparison to the fallen garrison captain's attack. The Fisher only stopped after 50 yards. The garrison captain's attack range made everyone shudder. Had Cola not activated protection blessing in time, he would be dead. The garrison captain's attack stunned every player in the battle. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end. In the next moment, the 4 fallen patrols moved simultaneously, abruptly raising their battle axes and slamming them to the ground violently. Boom! The ground began to tremble. Golden jets began to spray from the ground in a 30-yard radius around the 4 fallen patrols. When the 4 domains were superimposed over each other, it was practically impossible to avoid them. Meanwhile, any player that these jets struck would receive anywhere from -5,000 to -8,000 damage. These golden jets appeared without any signs or fixed patterns. The overlapping domains doubled the attack's density. Although they tried their best to dodge the attacks, players occasionally slipped up and got hit, their HPs decreasing rapidly. One level 41 from the Midnight Tea Party, unfortunately, got caught in 2 overlapping domains. Without any time to respond, numerous jets struck the Berserker, and he died on the spot. Chapter 1124, Tier 4 Super Spell. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Chapter 1124, Tier 4 Super Spell. Everyone, avoid the overlapping domains. What kind of skill is that? Why is it still going on even after so long? The battle had just begun, yet one person had already died. Both Shifeng's team and the Midnight Tea Party grew anxious. Everyone had seen how the Berserker had died. The golden jets appeared suddenly and silently. Moreover, the attacks could not be blocked, only dodged. Even if they were only near one domain, they would have to dodge 3 to 5 jets. Near 2 overlapping domains, one would face 7 to 10 attacks simultaneously. The Berserker's paths of retreat had been cut off. In the end, he had died before the team's healers could help him. The Midnight Tea Party members no longer wore their previous complacent expressions. Lure the patrols to 4 corners. Do not let them near the garrison captain. Shifeng commanded. Shifeng was not particularly familiar with the Guardian boss's skills. After all, he had only learned about the Fallen Arc after it had been activated in the past. He did not even know who had activated the Arkansas. All he knew was that these special life forms had their own ultimate moves and that those ultimate moves would become exponentially stronger when combined. However, he hadn't expected these ultimate moves to be domain skills. Among the various skills in God's domain, those that posed the greatest danger were none other than large-scale destruction spells and domain skills. Attacks from large-scale destruction spells usually only lasted 1 or several waves. If players could endure the spell's duration, they would live. However, domain skills could stay in effect much longer. Domain skill would gradually whittle players down until they died. Endless Scars now realized how severe the situation was. Immediately, she took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from her bag and shouted through the team chat, "Wave, use your summoning scroll with mine. We'll use them to lure away the patrols. Melee players, stay away from the bosses. Use only ranged attacks." After all was said and done, the Midnight Tea Party's members were still experts. Very quickly, they began to move. The team's melee players promptly distanced themselves from the fallen patrol's domains. Meanwhile, Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave each summoned a Tier 3 creature and instructed them to pounce on the fallen patrols. Both Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave were incredibly proficient with controlling their summoned creatures. Although they couldn't dodge all of the golden jets, they could dodge the majority of them. With relative ease, the summoned creatures arrived before the fallen patrols and swiped their claws at the enemies. Ping! When the Tier 3 summoned creature's claws struck the stationary fallen patrols, the clang of metal rang out. The summoned creature's claws had only scratched the patrol's armor. They did not even manage to push the patrols back despite both being at the Great Lord rank. The fallen patrols had only lost around 4,000 HP from the attacks. Why are their defenses so high? Even a Grand Lord doesn't have this much defense. When the Midnight Tea Party's members saw the damage the Tier 3, level 60 summon creatures had dealt with their normal attacks, their expressions grew gloomy. When they had used Tier 3 summon creatures to fight Tier 3 Great Lords in the past, the former's normal attacks usually dealt 20 to 30,000 damage. Even against Grand Lords, their attacks dealt nearly -8,000 points, yet against these bosses, their summon creatures had only dealt around -4,000 damage. The fallen patrol's defense was ridiculous. If even a Tier 3 summoned creature dealt so little damage, then players like themselves would deal, at most, -1,500 damage to the fallen patrols. Meanwhile, the fallen patrols each had 41 million HP. With their battle recovery, they could regenerate over 410,000 HP every 5 seconds. In other words, they would recover 82,000 HP every second. If their damage couldn't exceed 82,000 every second, then the fallen patrols were invincible against them. Big Sis Endless, how are we supposed to fight these things? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. She could not help but turn to the Grand Lord Shifeng's team fought. If the fallen patrols were already so difficult to deal with, wouldn't the fallen garrison captain be even more overbearing? Forget about that for now. Lure the bosses away. Endless Scars ordered, shaking her head as she also glanced at Shifeng's team. The 5 guardian bosses were far more powerful than she had thought. Initially, she had believed that the Midnight Tea Party could deal with these monsters after they reached Tier 2, level 55. Now, however, it would seem that even after reaching that level, they had less than a 40% chance of beating these monsters. After the Midnight Tea Party lured 2 of the fallen patrols away, Turtledove and Yi Wumian activated their life-saving skills and began to lure their patrols away from the fallen garrison captain. Once the 4 patrols were in 4 separate corners, Cola, who stood in the middle, had a much easier time dealing with the garrison captain. However, even after activating Protection Blessing, he still took over -10,000 damage from one of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Without Protection Blessing, a single attack would devour over 20,000 of Cola's HP. Cola couldn't imagine standing against the garrison captain without the 9-star polar domain. Moreover, when everyone's attack struck the garrison captain, every one of them dealt less than -1,000 damage. Only Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's normal attacks could deal over -1,500 damage to the Grand Lord, while their skills dealt up to -5,000 damage. However, to the garrison captain, which had 96 million HP, that damage was negligible. Guild leader, we won't even scratch its HP at this rate. Sooner or later, it will wear us down. Why don't we retreat and have the guild's main force meet us here? Gentle Snow advised through the team chat. Facing a Great Lord with a 20-man team was already pushing their luck, not to mention a Grand Lord that was 20 levels above them. If not for their excellent weapons and equipment and their exceptionally high combat standards, they would have team-wiped with the first wave of attacks. No need. Cola, keep hold of the boss. 3 seconds is long enough. The current situation didn't surprise Shifeng overmuch. He was fully aware of how powerful special life forms functioned. They were only inferior to archaic species. Knowing this, he had prepared a method to deal with them. In the next moment, Shifeng took a blood-red magic scroll from his bag. The instant the magic scroll appeared, a powerful mana fluctuation occurred within the 9-star polar domain. Everyone's gazes instantly shifted to Shifeng. What is that magic scroll? Endless Scars muttered, shocked, when she noticed the rampant mana inside the barrier. This magic scroll was one of the 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls Shifeng had obtained from killing the awakened NPC, Lancel. Meanwhile, the garrison captain noticed the mana fluctuations immediately, the Grand Lord's eyes similarly shifting towards the blood-red scroll in Shifeng's hands. It shifted to attack the swordsman. "Don't even think about getting away from me that easily." Cola raised his shield and slammed it into the garrison captain's foot. He then activated the Tier 1 skill Justice Roar, his body releasing a dazzling golden glow. He instantly regained the boss's attention and aggro. At the same time, his strength would double if the boss didn't attack him. However, even after Cola activated Justice Roar, the garrison captain was still focused on Shifeng. "Guild leader, what did you just take out?" Cola could not help his surprise. With no other choice, Cola activated Power of Darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then executed the Tier 1 skill, Righteous Punishment. Boom! With a single strike, he forced the garrison captain's right foot back, causing over -10,000 damage to appear above the Grand Lord's head. The attack had nearly forced the garrison captain to kneel. Yet, the fallen garrison captain did not return its attention to Cola. Rather, it advanced on Shifeng, one step after another. Seeing this, Cola continued to execute several powerful moves, every one dealing over -10,000 damage, yet the result did not change. "Guild leader, this monster has gone nuts." Cola was dumbfounded. As the garrison captain arrived before Shifeng, before it slashed its great sword down on Shifeng, Shifeng finally finished chanting the magic scroll's incantation. Disillusionment. Shifeng's eyes flew open. Two extremely complex and refined, blood-red magic arrays then emerged from his eyes. The other players were astonished. Tier 4 Super Spell, Disillusion Space. Chapter 1125, Unexpected Evolution. Hellscythe _ Goblin. Chapter 1125, Unexpected Evolution. The instant the magic scroll activated, it seemed as if space had frozen as the garrison captain's descending greatsword came to an abrupt halt. Immediately after, the space within the 9-star polar domain began to change, a blood-red color coating the surrounding scenery. "What's going on? Why does my body feel so light?" "Wait, our basic attributes have risen." "It's true. My basic attributes have increased by 100%. Guys, look, the boss seems to have slowed to a crawl." As everyone looked at the garrison captain's greatsword again, they found that they could see the weapon clearly. Before, they had only seen afterimages. As the greatsword descended, the earth shattered. Over 30-meter-long fissures broke through the ground. However, the garrison captain had only hit the afterimage Shifeng had left behind. The swordsman himself had long since moved 10 yards away. So fast? When did he start moving? Endless Scars was flabbergasted. Unlike the rest of the players, she had focused on Shifeng. However, during the brief moment when she glanced at the garrison captain's greatsword, which had suddenly and significantly slowed, Shifeng had moved 10 yards away. She found the matter unbelievable. "Those patrols have slowed down as well. Even the golden jets are slower. With this speed, even I can dodge them easily." The players finally noticed that fallen garrison captain hadn't been the only one whose speed had been affected. The fallen patrols in the four corners had also suffered a speed reduction. Even their domain skills were affected. Zero Wings members and the Midnight Tea Party could now dodge the golden jets easily. Just who is he? The Midnight Tea Party members couldn't help but glance at Shifeng. They usually boasted their vast understanding of God's domain. However, even with their bountiful knowledge and experiences, they had never encountered a situation like this. Without a doubt, this phenomenon had something to do with Shifeng's blood-red magic scroll. There was no other way to explain it. Now that everyone's basic attributes had been boosted while the 5 bosses' reaction speeds and attack speeds had decreased, the Midnight Tea Party's members, who had previously begun to despair, brimmed with hope. Currently, the 5 bosses had only landed 1 out of 3 or 4 attacks against their respective MTs. However, due to the significant attribute increase, the boss's damage had decreased. Take the fallen garrison captain Cola tanked for example. Originally, Cola withstood over -20,000 damage from the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Now, however, The Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around -13,000 to the Guardian Knight. In addition, due to Kola having activated Power of Darkness, his HP had risen to more than 56,000. Including Disillusion Space's effects, his HP had risen to more than 112,000. He was practically a humanoid monster at this point. Right now, Kola wouldn't even have issues tanking 3 fallen garrison captains, much less 1. As for Kola's damage, due to the strength bonus from Justice Roar, just his normal attacks dealt nearly -10,000 damage, while his skills dealt close to -30,000 damage. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, who stood among the healers at the rear, had similarly grown more powerful. Every one of her heals restored over 10,000 HP to Kola. If she double-cast her spells, she could heal over 20,000 HP every time. If she were lucky and triggered a double critical, she could instantly heal over 40,000 HP. Not only was Violet Cloud capable of keeping Kola alive by herself, but she could also handle healing Turtledove and Yi Wumian. Guild leader, what kind of magic scroll did you use? I feel like we can even deal with a mythic monster right now. Kola exclaimed through the team chat. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. Aside from their frightening damage, the most troublesome aspect about boss monsters were their attack speeds and reaction speeds. Now that the fallen garrison captain had been suppressed in all 3 aspects, it was only as difficult as a High Lord. It only dealt slightly more damage. However, their increased attributes made up for that, further decreasing the raid's difficulty. Right now, they felt like they were simply fighting a powerful lord. Alright, enough idling around. Use your berserk skills and throw everything you've got. We only have 15 minutes until this space disappears. Shi Feng felt a sting in his chest. Lancelot had only dropped 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls. He had just used the more precious of the 2, the Tier 4 super spell Disillusion Space. Unlike Tier 4 curses, super spells had been created during ancient times. They were ridiculously powerful, capable of transforming the environment. They were many times more powerful and mystical than the spells of the current era. Even the current NPCs in God's domain couldn't analyze these spells. Thus, they were called super spells. After activating Disillusion Space, it would transform the area within 200 yards of the caster into a custom world. All enemies within this world would be suppressed, decreasing their movement speed, attack speed and reaction speed by 2/3 of their totals. At the same time, this world would also enhance the caster and his allies, decreasing the boss's difficulty by 1 tier. Take the fallen garrison captain for example. It had originally been a Tier 3, upper rank existence. Now that its raid difficulty had reduced, it was only as strong as a Tier 2, upper rank. Unfortunately, Disillusion Space's duration was considerably short. Even so, in the past, everyone had called it the rarest magic scroll in God's domain, second to none. In the past, a Tier 4 super magic scroll had been worth at least 3 epic items. If a team of Tier 2 players used the scroll, they could even kill Tier 4 mythic monsters. However, Shi Feng couldn't care less right now. The garrison captain and patrols were far stronger than he had imagined. If he hadn't used the magic scroll, they would have undoubtedly team-wiped. Moreover, trading a Tier 4 super magic scroll for a map to the Fallen Ark was a sure profit transaction. Upon hearing Shi Feng's warning, everyone promptly began to activate their berserk skills. Although the fallen garrison captain and fallen patrols still possessed very high HPs, their reduced speed made them living targets. After activating their berserk skills, everyone easily dealt over -10,000 damage with their attacks, while Fire Dance and Gentle Snow could deal over -20,000 damage. Shi Feng didn't hold back either as he activated Power of Darkness. He then used Silent Steps and appeared behind the garrison captain before activating Phantom Kill. Both he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst simultaneously. Miniature suns appeared on both Shi Feng's and his doppelganger's swords. Every strike they landed on the garrison captain dealt over -60,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over -130,000 damage. By the time Shi Feng and his doppelganger dropped to the ground, both had landed a total of 30 consecutive attacks. The fallen garrison captain lost over 2 million HP on the spot. The damages that appeared above the Grand Lord's head stupefied everyone. With such high damage, Shi Feng could instantly kill a chieftain of the same level. Time passed quickly. Under the players' crazed bombardment, it took roughly 6 minutes for the garrison captain's 96 million HP to hit zero. Boom! When the fallen garrison captain collapsed, although it did not drop any loot, gentle snow, alluring summer, and the other members of Zero Wing rose from level 42 to level 43. The abundant EXP exceeded everyone's expectations. The Midnight Tea Party's members also leveled up from 41 to level 42. However, no one stopped to celebrate as they still had to deal with 4 fallen patrols. They had less than 10 minutes left before Disillusion Space's duration ran out. If they could not kill these bosses within this period, it would be much harder to do so afterward. Moreover, Shi Feng had already told everyone that special life forms were immortal existences. Until they opened the Fallen Ark's entrance, these special life forms would continue to resurrect. Moreover, special life forms generally revived in around 10 minutes. They couldn't afford to waste any time. However, the fallen patrols were much easier to deal with than the fallen garrison captain. Even without their berserk skills, the two teams could deal a lot of damage to these bosses. In addition, they still had the support of the Midnight Tea Party's 2 Tier 3 summon creatures. Finally, 14 minutes since Disillusion Space had been activated, the 4 fallen patrols collapsed, transforming into piles of rubble and gifting a large amount of EXP. The Midnight Tea Party members even leveled up once more, reaching level 43. This leveling speed astonished these players. They had actually gained nearly 2 full levels EXP in just 15 minutes. Zero Wings members were already high-leveled. Although they had also obtained plenty of EXP, it was not enough to reach the next level. However, the abundant EXP had helped Shi Feng reach 82% of level 47. If he grinded trolls, he could reach level 48 in only half a day. As the guardian bosses died, the canyon began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the canyon's center collapsed. A towering, aqua-blue temple then emerged from the ground. At the same time, the familiar sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. God's Domain System announcement. Players have successfully activated a new expansion pack in God's Domain. The system will undergo an upgrade. All players, please prepare to log out of the game. In the end, Breeze Wine chose the safer approach instead. In his opinion, as long as he had the Fallen Ark map, both the Fallen Ark's treasures and quest were within their grasp. There was no need to risk their lives. What about our map? Blackie could not help but ask. Their previous agreement hinged on the Midnight Tea Party confirming these monsters' existence and their safe entry into the Fallen Arkansas. Only after these conditions were met would the Midnight Tea Party give them a copy of the map, yet the adventurer team now intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the Arkansas. Here is your copy of the Fallen Ark map. Take it, Endless Scars said as she took a map from her bag and handed it to Shi Feng. Endless Scars stunned the other Midnight Tea Party members. They had neither the existence of the monsters Shi Feng had warned them about, nor had they confirmed the validity of Shi Feng's method to lure the monsters away. It was simply too risky to hand over the copy right now. Thanks. Shi Feng expressed his gratitude as he received the map. Endless Scars didn't respond to her team's questions. Instead, she evaluated Shi Feng carefully before revealing an intimate smile and said, "This is what we've agreed upon, after all. However, this is our second transaction with each other, yet I still do not know your identity. I wonder if I can have the good fortune of a true introduction?" Certainly, Shi Feng replied before taking off the black cloak that hid his identity and appearance. He then introduced himself. "I am Black Flame, Zero Wings Guild leader." His first reason for hiding his and his team's identities was that he didn't want others to know what Zero Wings' main force was up to. His second? He simply didn't want Endless Scars to know who they were. After all, Endless Scars was a Blackwater Corporation representative. Even if Endless Scars did not show any particular interest in Blackwater, At the end of the day, Zero Wing and Blackwater were enemies. It never hurt to be careful. However, the Fallen Arc map was more important. If Endless Scars found out that they were from Zero Wing, she might sever their agreement for the Fallen Arc map then and there. However, now that the map was in their hands, there was no reason to continue hiding their identities. Moreover, Endless Scars spoke on behalf of the Midnight Tea Party. It would only create an unnecessary rift between their teams if they refused to reveal themselves. In addition, the Midnight Tea Party and Blackwater were utterly unrelated. "It's you?" Endless Scars' eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined the group of experts before her to be Zero Wing members. Moreover, the team's leader was even Zero Wing's guild leader himself. "Thanks for the map. Hopefully, we'll find more chances to work together in the future." Shifeng chuckled. He then led his team and dashed into the fallen Arkansas. Meanwhile, Endless Scars was utterly dumbfounded as she stared at Shifeng's departing back. "Big Sis Endless, what's wrong?" Cloud Yarn asked curiously when she saw Endless Scars' astonishment. Although it was indeed surprising that the other team's leader was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, this wasn't the reason for Endless Scars' shock. In the past, their team had encountered many surprises. However, none of them had ever earned such a reaction from Endless Scars. This was her first time seeing such an expression on Endless Scars' face. Before today, she hadn't even thought that Endless Scars was capable of such an expression. Chapter 1127, Ark's Armory. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1127, Ark's Armory. Star Moon City, Blackwater's residence. Blackwater wasn't as prosperous as it had been. Very few players waited in front of the guild residence's entrance, eager to join. If not for the Blackwater Corporation's backing, not even these few players would be willing to join Blackwater. Not only had the Blackwater elite members that had died in the war in Stone Forest Town lost one level, but they had also lost a weapon or a piece of equipment. To make up for this loss, the elite players wouldn't have any time to help other guild members for some time. One of the main reasons that independent players willingly joined guilds for the guild experts' help in leveling and raiding dungeons to upgrade weapons and equipment. Practically every guild in God's domain provided this benefit. Players wouldn't want to join a guild that did not provide such a benefit. As a result, Blackwater's ordinary members had stagnated. They were now only capable of raiding party dungeons and small-scale team dungeons. They had no choice but to stay as far away as possible from 50-man or above team dungeons. Meanwhile, Qin Muyun, Laughing Drunkard, and Lethal Gale entered the guild leader's office, one after another. "Guild leader, here is the latest guild report you asked for," Qin Muyun said as she placed a report on the table. At this moment, she wore a grave expression. The report clearly stated that over 20,000 elite members had already withdrawn from the guild, as many as a second-rate guild's total count. As for the ordinary members that withdrew from the guild, there were more than 100,000. However, when Abandoned Wave looked at these numbers, he maintained a relatively nonchalant attitude. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Lethal Gale and asked, "How is the Blackwater trading firm coming along?" The Candlelight trading firm's latest product, the exotic stamina potion, has been well received. Despite having already reduced the mana mixture's price to 10 silver per bottle, ordinary players are buying the exotic stamina potion instead. "Right now, our shops are only seeing 1/3 of our past traffic," Lethal Gale said, shaking his head dejectedly. Although our spies have already poked around in Candlelight, looking for information about the exotic stamina potion, it seems that only a select few of the trading firm's upper echelon know about the potion. As of now, we still do not know where to find the recipe. The exotic stamina potion had massively impacted the market. Setting aside how cheap it was, the mana mixture could not compare to its 10-hour duration. In addition, the mana mixture was only useful in dungeons, whereas the exotic stamina potion was useful in dungeons and the fields. At this moment, many ordinary players had given up on the regeneration potions and mana recovery potions in order to buy the exotic stamina potion. With the exotic stamina potion, players could grind monsters for longer periods. With the potion's effects, They did not even need to rest when traveling long distances, which allowed them to save plenty of time. Even Lethal Gale could not resist the temptation and had purchased 3 bottles for himself. After using the potion, he had to admit that it was a miracle potion. The potion had improved his leveling speed by roughly 20% to 30%. It was no wonder why many players were even willing to empty their coffers to buy the exotic stamina potion. Based on what he knew, the Candlelight Light trading firm had long since run out of the exotic stamina potion. As soon as Candlelight restocked, players would rip them from the shelves. Many large guild upper echelons had specifically visited the Candlelight trading firm to negotiate a deal for the potions. Right now, be it the guild's development or the trading firm's, Zero Wing was unstoppable. Good. Excellent. Contrary to expectations, Abandoned Wave didn't seem enraged. Rather, he began to laugh. Guild leader? Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale were utterly confused. Young Master Jing was greatly displeased with them. Most likely, they would receive instructions from their superiors in the next few days. At that time, none of them would escape punishment. This was especially true for Abandoned Wave, yet the man that was supposed to be worried and angry was actually laughing. Was the shock too much for him to handle? However, instead of responding to Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale's question, Abandoned Wave turned towards Laughing Drunkard and asked softly, "Drunkard, did you finish what I asked of you?" "Guild leader, don't you trust me?" Laughing Drunkard chuckled. Confidently, he continued, "I've already sent details regarding Zero Wing's experts to the Miracle Guild. Miracle has confirmed that they will not give Zero Wing any chances of victory in tomorrow's match in the Dark Arena." Originally, he was not particularly optimistic of Zero Wing's loss in the Dark Arena tomorrow. However, after making a trip to the Miracle Guild and the detailed report he had provided the guild, his confidence that Zero Wing would lose in tomorrow's competition had grown. The odds for the upcoming competition had already been released. The odds were 1 to 3, with the majority of the bets on the Azura battle team. However, this was simply because only a few people knew that the Evil Dragon battle team was backed by the Miracle Guild. They had only discovered this due to the Blackwater Corporation's relationship with one of Miracle's upper echelons. It was extremely rare for the odds in the Dark Arena to be as high as 1 to 3. Normally, the odds were around 1 to 1.5. Seeing such a high payout rate, the Miracle Guild intended to go all out. Moreover, the guild aimed for a complete victory. The payout for a complete victory was 1 to 7. That was even high enough to tempt super guilds. A super first-rate guild like Miracle couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Miracle's apex experts could even rival those of super guilds. Moreover, to guarantee their win in the competition, Miracle had secretly borrowed epic items from other large guilds. Even Zero Wing's apex experts, who were famed for their heaven-defying attributes, would be no match for the experts the Miracle intended to dispatch. Zero Wing's members were so powerful mostly because of their basic attributes. As for the experts that had reached the refinement realm or higher, there were only 5 in the guild. Among them, Black Flame would not participate in the Dark Arena. After all, the man was Zero Wing's guild leader. That left Yi Feng, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud. Among them, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud had only recently reached the refinement realm. Without the attribute advantage, the only true fighting force on the Azura battle team was Yi Feng. However, the competition in the Dark Arena was a 10-man team match. But afterward, you 3 go and gather our guild's resources. When the time comes, we'll have to watch the competition as well. Abandoned Wave had not been as affected by the previous loss as Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale had thought. On the contrary, he had calmly thought of a way to turn the situation around. The first thing he needed to do was recover the guild's foundations, earning back the weapons, equipment, coins, and other items that the guild had lost in the war. The Dark Arena served as the perfect platform to do exactly that. Moreover, Blackwater's defeat was not without meaning. At the very least, their defeat had shown exactly how powerful Zero Wing's various experts were, and this information would help Miracle deal with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after entering the Towering Temple, Shifeng had everyone use isolation scrolls before dashing through the labyrinth of empty corridors. As they had less than 20 minutes remaining, they would be hard-pressed to reach the Ark's inner region in time. The abyssal monsters had just woken and hadn't left the Ark yet. In the outer region's corridors, Shifeng's team occasionally encountered wandering fallen patrols. However, as Shifeng now had a map, these fallen patrols meant nothing to the team with his acute senses. Not only could Shifeng avoid the patrols, but he could also avoid any traps. MHM? So this is the armory. After nearly 10 minutes, Shifeng discovered a tightly shut door. The words, War Armory, had been carved on the stone above the massive door. Upon seeing these words, Shifeng's heartbeat accelerated. The War Armory stored weapons of war specifically. And no other player had ever opened this War Armory. Chapter 11:28 Difference between Mythic Monsters. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 11:28 Difference between Mythic Monsters. As Shifeng stopped to look at the War Armory, Minor Wind noticed red dots appear on his system map and reported, Guild Leader, distant patrols are approaching our location. If we don't move now, I'm afraid that we'll be discovered. After Zero Wing's team had entered the fallen Ark, Minor Wind had activated his scouting skill as he kept a lookout for any movement in their area. Although his scouting search area was reduced inside the Ark, he could sense for enemies within a 300-yard radius. That was enough for the team to respond before enemies reached them. How many? Shifeng asked. 2. Moreover, they're moving relatively quickly. They'll reach our location in 15 seconds at most, Minor Wind reported. 15 seconds? We'll be cutting it quite close. Shifeng frowned. Based on his estimates, even an assassin with their locksmith class at master rank would need roughly 20 seconds to open a room like the War Armory. Unfortunately, their team didn't have a master locksmith. He also fully believed Minor Wind's estimate. A qualified ranger was not just a ranged damage dealer. Rangers' constant awareness of their surroundings and their judgment of various situations were their most important aspects. Although Minor Wind's combat standards were slightly lower than Zero Wing's other core members, his observation skills and judgment were top-notch. Guild Leader, we don't have much time left, Gentle Snow urged as they had less than 8 seconds to prepare. Based on their location on the map, they were only 2/3 of the way to the fallen Ark's inner region. If they couldn't reach the inner region before the system update began, when they logged back into the game, reaching that area would be far more difficult. They also needed to select a treasury and deal with the traps inside. Shifeng hesitated. In the past, the fallen Ark had been a famous treasure trove in God's domain. However, as the inner region's traps were extremely dangerous, very few players were capable of obtaining any treasures whatsoever. This situation had also resulted in the various large guilds in giving up on the Arkansas. However, Shifeng never thought that he would actually come across an armory in the outer region. An armory might not mean much to an ordinary player, but to a guild, some of the more advanced weapons of war were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items. Forget it. We're giving up on the inner region. Let's take this armory for now. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng settled for the armory. Right now, Zero Wing still lacked overall strength. It likely did not even have the power to defend a single city. However, if they could find a few advanced weapons of war here, they might make up for Zero Wing's lack of combat power. As long as they could construct and defend a city properly, the city's value would easily exceed that of 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items. Cola, you and Turtledove will tank the patrols. Don't let them near us. Everyone else, look for any nearby traps. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for unlocking the door, Shifeng hurriedly commanded. Understood. Hearing this, everyone exploded into action. The 2 fallen patrols were similar to those they had encountered at the entrance. They were both level 63 Great Lords with 57 million HP. However, Cola and Turtledove had long since familiarized themselves with the patrol's attack patterns. Even without the 9-star polar domain, they were capable of dealing with the Great Lords. At the same time, Fire Dance began to unlock the door to the armory. As one of the Fallen Ark's secret rooms, the time it took to unlock the armory was secondary. The crucial issue was that the extremely complex unlocking method. As for trying to kill the patrols, that would be considerably foolish. Special life forms were immortal existences. Even after expending a lot of time and effort, the most they would get out of the endeavor was some EXP. After 10 minutes, the fallen patrols would be back on their feet and ready to fight once again. Moreover, with each resurrection, the fallen patrols would become stronger. Only a lunatic would try to kill them. Wumian, you'll come with me. Once fire finishes unlocking the door, rush into the room. Remember, do not touch anything inside. Shifeng commanded. He then dashed towards the 2 new fallen patrols with Yi Wumian. Shifeng wouldn't try to take on one of the fallen patrols directly. Instead, he activated Aura of Earth while deflecting the patrol's attacks. This way, not only could he reduce the damage he received, but he could also alleviate the burden on the team's healers. However, as time passed, a loud roar echoed from a distant corridor. The angry roar reverberated through the spacious corridor. Already, Shifeng's expression darkened. The abyssal monsters had awakened far sooner than he had anticipated. If these monsters discovered his teams, none of them would get out of here alive. Shifeng's team wasn't the only one who had heard the roar. The Midnight Tea Party's members, who waited outside the Fallen Ark quietly, heard the deafening roar as well. Black Flame really didn't lie. Breeze Wine could not help but inwardly celebrate when he heard this roar. The fact that this roar is so deep and can reach all the way out here means that this monster should be mythic rank at the very least. Fortunately, they had made the trade with Shifeng. Otherwise, even if they had activated the Fallen Ark by themselves after obtaining their Tier 2 classes, they'd have no way of completing their quest. The difference between mythic monster strength and Grand Lord's was simply too massive. Even if their entire team reached Tier 2, it wasn't likely that they could defeat a mythic monster of the same level, much less a mythic monster of a higher level. The other team members nodded in agreement. Despite Dark War and several other people's opinions about Shifeng, they had to admit that Shifeng had helped them enormously. Meanwhile, before the Fallen Ark's armory, Fire Dance finally unlocked the door to the secret room. Guild leader, the door's open. Could you guys go in first? Cola starts slowly moving towards armory. Opening the tightly shut door was undoubtedly good news to Shifeng. Immediately, he had everyone retreat towards the armory. As Shifeng and the others reached the armory's entrance, Shifeng, Cola, and the other MTs felt their bodies become heavy. It was as if they had been submerged in mud. It was extremely difficult to move. Not good. Those monsters have arrived. Get inside quickly. Shifeng panicked. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and recovered his ability to move. He then took an aqua blue magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was none other than his sole remaining Tier 4 magic scroll. The area they were in was not particularly large, but he understood how powerful those monsters were. Any players the abyssal monsters killed would not get off with just a lost level. If that were the case, players in the past wouldn't have given up on the Fallen Ark's treasures that easily. Rather, those abyssal monsters would extract the immortal souls from the players they killed. Not only would players lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also wouldn't be able to log into the game for over 10 days. Humans? Those souls? Heaven-blessed individuals? Wonderful. It's been so long since I've tasted an immortal soul. As Cola and the others rushed into the armory, a cold voice reached their ears, making them shudder with fear. Suddenly, as if the fallen patrols had been struck, the team watched the great lords fly into the corridor's walls, their powerful metallic bodies flattening like a specimen under a microscope. Aside from Shifeng, none of the players could move. Why is such a powerful monster here? The abyssal monsters might far exceeded Gentle Snow and the rest of the team's expectations. Before the monster had even shown itself, it had already flattened the 4 fallen patrols into pancakes. They had become fish on a cutting board. Chapter 1129. Ransacking the Armory. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1129, Ransacking the Armory. Sure enough, a complete domain is really powerful. Shifeng was slightly stunned. The Fallen Ark's abyssal monsters were much stronger than he had imagined. It was no wonder why God's domain's various superpowers hadn't been a match for these monsters in the past. This was definitely the first time Shifeng had encountered a mythic monster that wielded a complete domain. Generally, only Tier 4 NPCs could use one. This was also the factor that provided Tier 4 NPCs the power to face Tier 4 mythic monsters. Right now, despite him having activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he could barely move his body. His joints even creaked as he moved. Oh, someone can still move? As Shifeng moved, a cold, deep voice reverberated through everyone's minds. When the team members lifted their heads, they discovered that a humanoid creature, which was roughly 4 meters tall and covered in scales, had suddenly appeared before them. The creature had 2 blade-like arms and crimson eyes that were as large as an ordinary human's fist. 2 sets of jet-black wings also stretched from the creature's back. Soul Eater Lord, Dark Creature, Mythic Weakened. Level 67. HP 210, 000, 000/210, 000, 000. Every player gasped when they saw this creature. Despite being weakened, the creature was still a mythic monster. Moreover, the team despaired upon seeing his HP. Even a team of 1,000 experts would be cannon fodder against this monster, much less a 20-man team. We're doomed. As Aqua Rose watched the Soul Eater Lord gradually approach them, she could already see her and her teammates' instant death in her mind. However, Aqua Rose still did not know that any player the Fallen Ark's ancient abyssal monsters killed would not get away with losing a single level. What an interesting little fellow. It's a pity that your struggling is useless. Just become my soul's nourishment obediently, the Soul Eater Lord said as he widened his ferocious mouth. He could no longer wait to devour these players. When 30 yards separated the team from the Soul Eater Lord, Shifeng finally finished chanting the last verse of the incantation in his heart. He abruptly unfurled the dark blue magic scroll in his hands. Pointless resistance will only add to your pain and despair. The Soul Eater Lord had already noticed the Tier 4 magic scroll in Shifeng's hands. However, he disregarded the object because he was fully capable of dealing with any Tier 4 spells. If it were a Tier 5 magic scroll, he might be nervous. However, such magic scrolls had even been extremely rare during the ancient era, not to mention the present era. Oh really? Shifeng smiled faintly. Immediately, an aqua-blue magic array formed beneath Shifeng's feet. Following which, with Shifeng as the center, a faint blue barrier expanded outward. Tier 4 Curse, Water Boundary. Water Boundary was not an attack-type curse. Rather, it was a defensive curse. The curse was even capable of blocking Tier 5 attacks. It was a kind of absolute defense. The curse had a radius of 20 yards and a duration of 30 seconds. After Water Boundary formed, Zero Wings members immediately felt the pressure dissipate as they regained their freedom of movement. Damn it! The Soul Eater Lord's expression twisted as the Water Boundary formed. It then began to assault the barrier. Boom! The Soul Eater Lord was so fast that even Shifeng could barely see its movements. Everyone's hearts pounded as a series of expressions echoed throughout the fallen Arkansas. They were terrified that the Soul Eater Lord would break through the seemingly flimsy, light blue barrier. After glancing at the fluctuating blue barrier, Shifeng shifted his attention away from the Soul Eater Lord as he commanded, "All right, get moving. We don't have much time left." As a Tier 4 defensive curse, Water Boundary could withstand the Soul Eater Lord's attacks, even if he were at his peak. The Soul Eater tribe's king, though, would have no problem shattering the barrier. Unfortunately, that kind of existence, which was as powerful as God's, was not in the current Arkansas. Following which, the Soul Eater Lord could only watch helplessly as Shifeng led his team into the armory. Guild Leader, this trap is too complex. Even I can't disable it. Fire Dance exclaimed as she examined the trap before her. Even you can't disable it? Shifeng was surprised. They were still in the Ark's outer region. With Fire Dance being an advanced trap disabler, she should be able to deal with every trap here. It was only a matter of time. However, the fact that Fire Dance was unable to disable the trap spoke volumes about the stone altar's value. Since time was running out, Shifeng immediately removed Icarus's heart from his neck and passed it to Fire Dance. Fire Dance was momentarily dazed when she saw Icarus's heart. She had never expected such a powerful epic item to exist. Hurry, use this to disable the trap. Shifeng instructed. Trap Disabler was a similar lifestyle class to the Appraiser class. However, it was not a particularly popular class. The Assassin class possessed a talent bonus that allowed them to level lifestyle classes like Locksmith and Trap Disabler far more easily. With Shifeng's command, Fire Dance recovered her wits and activated God's Blessing, upgrading her Trap Disabler class to the Master rank. Immediately, Fire Dance began to disable the trap on the stone altar. However, this trap would require a considerably long time to disable. Quick, we don't have much time left. Shifeng's anxiety grew when he saw only 30 seconds remaining. If Fire Dance failed the next time they logged into the game, the consequence would not be limited to some lost time. Fire Dance also grew desperate. Her mind focused like never before as she frantically disabled the trap's mechanisms, one after another. There were only 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. It's disabled. Fire Dance finally disabled the trap with only 2 seconds remaining, and she could not help but sigh in relief at her success. Following which, everyone's vision faded to black as they were sent to their individual God's domain offline rest spaces. Chapter 1130, Talent. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1130, Talent. Inside the offline rest space, Shifeng slowly opened his eyes. With this, all we need to do is wait for the system update to end and log back into the game. Shifeng could not help his growing excitement when he thought about the stone altar. Even the intermediate mana pulse cannons had only been protected by advanced traps. Whatever master traps protected definitely stored far more valuable treasures. Shifeng shifted his gaze to the system interface displayed before him. The interface showed 14 hours and 40 minutes before the system update completed. From this, Shifeng could tell that significant changes would shake God's domain. A nearly 15-hour-long system update. It's roughly the same duration as when the Fallen Ark had been activated in the past. Shifeng could not help but recall detailed information about the system update in the past. Every time God's domain underwent a system update, it, more or less, changed Guild's path of development. For example, the previous few system updates had gradually increased the importance of lifestyle classes in the various large guilds' eyes. Guild had even begun to invest a significant amount of resources to nurture their lifestyle classes. Similarly, the system update this time would change God's domain once more. There were many lifestyle classes in God's domain. They weren't limited to forgers, engineers, alchemists, enchanters, leatherworkers, tailors, chefs, and such. There were many other lifestyle classes that players did not pay much attention to, such as diviners, architects, appraisers, fraudsters, cultivators, tamers, scholars, magicians, locksmiths, and other minor subclasses. This latest update would gradually increase the importance of these minor subclasses in the game. Before the trap mechanisms in God's domain had been perfected, adventurer players who explored the fields could get by financially in the game relatively easily. In the fields, their main problem when they found treasure was the guardian monsters. Rarely would any player pay attention to the traps protecting the treasure. This was because of the only two possibilities when one tried to disable a trap. The first was that the trap could be disabled, although the time required depended on the player. The other possibility was that the trap could not be disabled. One wouldn't receive any kind of punishment for failing to disable a trap. As a result, players rarely paid much attention to the trap disabler class. However, after this system update, a third outcome would occur. A trap could be disabled, but failure came with a risk. If one failed to disable a trap, they would trigger the trap itself. Traps' strengths varied. If players triggered a weaker trap, they might retain their lives. Even in the event of death, players would only suffer the normal death penalties. For stronger traps, however, players might have to pay more than a single level for their failure. Another example was the Magician subclass, one of the minor subclasses Shi Feng had learned. A magician's role was to produce items such as magic scrolls and magic arrays. Although the Magician subclass was not as important as the Forger subclass, it was one of the essential subclasses in God's domain. Moreover, as the subclass increased its rank, it would serve a greater purpose. Due to the increased importance of the various minor subclasses, the large guilds began to nurture these subclasses to aid their guild's development. It seems that I'll have to get melancholic to start collecting purple dew and 5-colored flowers once I log back in. After some thought, Shi Feng decided to start nurturing a batch of players with minor subclasses. Minor subclasses were not as difficult to improve as major subclasses. There was no need to expend a large stock of materials for trial and error. One simply needed to achieve a certain technical standard to rise through the ranks. Take the Magician subclass for example. If a player produced a basic magic array, they would become a basic magician. If they produced an intermediate magic array, they would become intermediate magicians. There was no need to accumulate a large number of proficiency points. Promotion solely depended on a player's technical skills. However, while there were no restrictions on learning minor subclasses, with players being allowed to learn over 10 minor subclasses, due to personal talent, not everyone could level a subclass to intermediate or advanced rank, much less master rank. Due to this, players should learn only the minor subclasses they were proficient at if they wished to advance to higher stages in the game. However, how was a player supposed to determine which minor subclass they were proficient at? In the past, the most popular way to test their abilities was the talent potion. As long as players drank the talent potion, the system would provide a series of tests. After completing these tests, the system would notify players about the subclass they were most suited for. This way, players would not have to waste their time researching whether they were suitable for a certain subclass or not. Of course, if players liked a particular subclass, they could learn it regardless of whether they had the talent. They just wouldn't be able to advance quickly. Meanwhile, the main materials for crafting the talent potion was purple dew and 5-colored flower. Shi Feng also knew where to find the recipe. As long as he went there to grind, he should have no problems obtaining a few copies. After Shi Feng finished planning his development, he decided to rest in the virtual space. Only at 7 in the morning did he exit his virtual gaming cabin. After Shi Feng finished breakfast and did some light exercises, before he left to check on Zero Wing's new internal members in the dojo, he noticed his female assistant, who currently wore black working attire, waiting for him by the lounge's entrance. Head instructor, Chairman Xiao has an extremely important matter he wishes to discuss with you. He is waiting in the chairman's office right now, Liang Jing reported as she walked up to Shi Feng, who wore blue sportswear. Got it? Shi Feng nodded. In reality, even if Xiao Yu hadn't come looking for him, he would have likely sought the man out himself within the next few days. During his previous expansion of the Zero Wing workshop, he had recruited plenty of talented people. These people were all much stronger than the independent players he had recruited in God's domain. Although their levels in the game were still quite low, their combat standards were already higher ordinary elite players. In addition, he and Lei Bao normally trained these new recruits. It was only a matter of time before they could clear the trial tower's 4th floor. Once these people reached the 5th floor, they would become experts in the eyes of ordinary players. If they could reach the 5th floor's late stage, even large guilds would treat them like experts. However, Shi Feng wasn't looking for ordinary experts. He wanted apex experts capable of turning the tides of war by themselves. It was extremely difficult to nurture such apex experts. First, he needed a sufficient amount of resources such as the S-rank nutrient fluid. However, Shifeng didn't have the connections he needed to gain a large quantity. Fortunately, Xiao Yu did. The Big Dipper Tower's 51st floor. This floor was specifically reserved for the chairman of the Big Dipper Group. It was also the Big Dipper Tower's highest floor. From in the corridor, they could see the entirety of Jinhai City through the glass walls. Very few people in Jinhai City were ever invited to this floor. Even Liang Jing, Chairman Zhao's senior assistant, had never set foot on this floor. Generally, she waited for the chairman on the 50th floor. As Liang Jing followed Shifeng to the chairman's office, she sighed ruefully as she stared at Shifeng's back. If not for Director Xiao allowing her to bring Shifeng here, she would never have had the opportunity to see this floor. When Liang Jing opened the doors to the chairman's office, an office the size of a basketball court appeared before her eyes. 3 people sat before the room's French windows. Shifeng was familiar with all 3. One of them was Xiao Yu, another was Gan Xingting, the bald man who Fire Dance had thoroughly defeated, and the last Xie Chiwen, the handsome youth with a body as robust as Lei Bao's, known as the White Tiger Dojo's fighting genius. Most likely, only an existence like the White Tiger Dojo, which nurtured international-level fighters consistently qualified. After all, in this era, where everyone paid attention to their physical fitness, the various international training centers and dojos were the Green God Company's main customers. I know, right? In previous years, we've offered 5 million to purchase an invitation card. However, we have never actually managed to buy one. Hence, Head Instructor Shi, I was wondering if you could select a few members from the Big Dipper Dojo to participate in this friendly competition? Xiao Yu asked anxiously. Although he knew that the White Tiger Dojo wanted to flaunt its might through this friendly competition and solidify its position in Jinhai City, the invitation card to the Green God auction was simply too tempting to give up. This invitation card was a pass that allowed one to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. At the same time, one would encounter people of high social standing. If he could form some kind of relationship with some of these influential people, it might help the company's development in the future. Hence, even if he knew it was a trap, he couldn't refuse it. Chairman Xiao, you should know that the dojo's members have only recently joined. Even the powerful fighters are no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite geniuses, Shifeng replied as he shook his head. Since the White Tiger Dojo dared to put up such a tempting prize, it was obvious that the dojo was confident in claiming the prize for itself. During the competition, the dojo would definitely send geniuses from its main branch to participate and teach the various dojos and training centers in Jinhai City a lesson that they would never forget. I heard that Head Instructor Shi has several experts in your workshop. What if they participate instead? Xiao Yu asked eagerly. He had long since learned about the Zero Wing workshop from Liang Jing. According to Liang Jing, the workshop members were powerful fighting experts. The woman named Fire Dance, in particular, had even defeated Gan Xingting in a single move. Chairman Xiao, I understand what you are trying to say, but unfortunately, they are all over 20 years old, Shifeng said, smiling bitterly. Of course, he wanted Cola and the others take part in the competition. However, they were all over the age limit. Only Violet Cloud met this requirement. However, the competition was a group match. If he could not fill the 2 remaining spots, they wouldn't be able to take part anyway. As for the members that had recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, although they had improved significantly, they were no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite members. The White Tiger Dojo really is crafty. I never thought that they would have accounted for this as well. A disappointed expression dominated Xiao Yu's face. Despite the valuable opportunity to develop the company, he had no way of grasping it. We still have 4 days. It isn't entirely impossible to find suitable experts. However, it won't be easy. Shifeng suddenly recalled several core members in the guild that were younger than 20. Only, none of them had come to Jinhai City to participate in Zero Wing's special training. Xiao Yu's eyes shone at Shifeng's words. Immediately, he said, if Head Instructor Shi has any requirements, please, don't hold back. Since Chairman Xiao has offered, things will be easier on my side. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's assurance, Shifeng said, if we wish to defeat the White Tiger Dojo, I'll need roughly 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Although those several core members possessed a wealth of combat experience, their physical attributes were simply too low. Meanwhile, unlike virtual combat, real-life combat relied heavily on a person's physical attributes. If he wanted to improve their combat power in the real world quickly, the only way to do so was by pushing them past their brain's limits and utilizing the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover. Only this method would rapidly improve their body's overall strength. He could also nurture the guild's experts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 1132, Butterfly Effect. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Chapter 1132, Butterfly Effect. 10 bottles. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Shifeng's request. S-rank nutrient fluids were not cabbages that one could purchase easily. It was difficult to buy a bottle even if one could afford it. People around the world referred to the S-rank nutrient fluid as the water of life. A bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could easily go for 1 million credits. Even Xiao Yu himself was only willing to drink 1 bottle per year to repair the damaged cells in his body, significantly slowing the aging process. The S-rank nutrient fluid was a treasure to well-known international fighters. Normally, they would only consume a bottle if they were heavily injured. Even drinking A-rank nutrient fluids during normal training was considered a luxury. Previously, to recruit Shifeng into Big Dipper, he had utilized his connections and spent a significant sum to obtain a bash. No matter how he looked at it, buying another 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to obtain the Green God Company's invitation was not a worthwhile transaction. After all, his main goal in obtaining the invitation card was to purchase S-rank nutrient fluid and other new products the Green God Company intended to offer. He was still uncertain about how many bottles he could purchase in the auction. It was simply too risky to invest 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid right off the bat. That's right. I'll need 10 bottles at the very minimum. Shifeng wasn't lying. Void steps placed a huge burden on the human brain. Without the in-depth healing the S-rank nutrient fluid provided, one would risk their life by using the technique. Hence, whenever he trained the guild's core members, he warned them that, if they did not have any S-rank nutrient fluids on hand, they were absolutely not allowed to practice void steps excessively. If it is money you are worried about, I can pay half the cost. However, I want a spot on the Green God Company's invitation card. You'll pay half of it? After giving the matter some thought, Xiao Yu agreed and said, all right, I'll try to find a way to get the 10 bottles. However, they will cost slightly above market price. Every invitation card allowed 2 people to attend the auction. It did not matter if he shared one with Shifeng. To further develop itself, the Big Dipper Group had already invested a large sum into the new dojo. They had also spent a lot on advertising. Hence, the company was somewhat tight on funds. If Shifeng were willing to cover half of the S-rank nutrient fluids cost, investing in Shifeng's group was no different than their previous attempt of purchasing the Green God auction invitation card for 5 million credits. Only, unlike Shifeng, that plan hadn't succeeded. As for whether Shifeng had the money to pay up, he had long since ordered Liang Jing to investigate the man's finances. Recently, God's domain had become increasingly popular around the world. Many industry giants had already invested in the game. It was definitely possible to earn a lot of money through God's domain. Moreover, based on what he had heard from Liang Jing, Shifeng's workshop was considerably large. Moreover, more companies had invested in the workshop. At this point, the workshop had begun mass recruiting full-time gamers. It was obvious that Shifeng earned quite an income from the game. He shouldn't have any issues spending several million credits at a moment's notice. Now that God's domain was so popular, even Xiao Yu had considered establishing a workshop. Based on what he had heard from his connections, he learned that gaming workshops focused on God's domain earned far more than they had in past virtual reality games. God's domain also had far more players. However, expanding the Big Dipper Group took priority. Once the Big Dipper group had grown, it would become far more profitable than any gaming workshop or guild. After all, more people had begun to take their physical training more seriously after discovering God's domain. Unfortunately, what Xiaoyu did not know was that Shifeng's workshop was more profitable than he imagined. After Shifeng finalized his arrangements with Xiaoyu, he returned to Zero Wing's training room. Only the workshop's official members had access to this room. Shifeng had specifically instructed Liang Jing to stock the room with various training equipment. These machines would help strengthen a person's reaction speed and evasive maneuvers. Blackie, contact Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. Have them come to Jinhai City as quickly as possible. Report the travel expenses as a workshop expenditure, Shifeng instructed Blackie, who was currently occupied with basic training. Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove had been members of a certain dojo before they had joined Zero Wing. They were both younger than 20. However, after officially becoming Zero Wing core members, Shifeng had both of them leave their dojos. After all, becoming a Zero Wing core member was basically a formal job. They had to make God's domain their main priority. After they left their previous dojos, aside from playing God's domain, they normally exercised at a local gym. All of their attention had shifted to God's domain. However, as Zero Wing had yet to establish its own company officially and the purchasing agreement for Ouroboros's training center wasn't finalized, Shifeng hadn't invited them to take part in special training with the others. We're having them here now? Blackie shot Shifeng a curious look. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of excitement as he asked, "Is the training center ready?" He had already heard about the matter from Shifeng. Ouroboros's training center specialized in nurturing gaming experts. Setting aside its numerous facilities, it had an advanced virtual system in which players could train. Of course, Ouroboros's training center wasn't as advanced as the Secret Pavilion's simulated training system. However, it was far more efficient than a ton of people competing for the 10 black cards. Most importantly, with the acquisition of Ouroboros's training center, Zero Wing would finally have its own headquarters. They would no longer have to borrow someone else's facilities. Like the core members of those first-rate guilds, they could then walk into their luxurious training centers in the city center every day. "No," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Qingxue is still negotiating the price for the training center. I want them here for another matter." Although the Blackwater's defeat had indeed dealt a major blow to the several companies backing Ouroboros, it was not an easy task to buy the training center's remaining shares. If they discovered Zero Wing's true goal, they might demand a far higher price than what Zero Wing had planned on. Unless something forced these companies were forced to sell the shares in a hurry, Shifeng had to let Bai Qingxue find a way to obtain the shares cheaply. His reply disappointed Blackie. However, he suddenly thought of something else as he said, "Brother Feng, when you went to your meeting, someone came to the workshop asking for you. However, I told him that you're in a meeting, so he's been waiting in the lounge. Do you want to meet him right now?" "Who is it?" "It's that youth that Big Sis Fire flattened. I think his name is Yu Zipping?" Blackie responded, somewhat uncertain. "He came on his own volition? Interesting. I just so happen to be free, so I might as well meet with him." Shifeng thought back to the bait he cast. He hadn't expected to hook Yu Zipping so quickly. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Now that Xia Qiwen was in Jinhai City, as Yu Zipping's greatest romantic rival, how could the boy sit by and do nothing? If Yu Zipping remained passive, Xia Qiwen would definitely take the girl he loved. This was his last chance to do something. Only, this development had occurred sooner than Shifeng had anticipated. The current timeline was deviating further away from the one he remembered. Following which, Shifeng entered the training room's lounge. Yu Zipping sat on the lounge's sofa, his legs shaking slightly. He looked quite nervous. Chapter 1133, The Difference Brought About by Time. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1133, The Difference Brought About by Time. Of course, it's still valid. Shifeng provided a definitive answer. However, didn't your White Tiger Dojo bar you from joining any gaming workshops? Yu Ziping fell silent upon Shifeng's question. He had been determined not to join Zero Wing's workshop. After all, he was recognized as an elite member in the White Tiger Dojo. If given enough time, he would gain Hall Master Zhang's recognition. However, Xie Qiwen's sudden appearance in Jinhai City significantly reduced the time he had to make any notable achievements. Xie Qiwen was already a well-known national fighter. Now, the White Tiger Dojo's main branch had decided to cultivate Xie Qiwen and prepare him for the international stage. On the other hand, he hadn't even reached the national threshold. With Hall Master Zhang's personality, he definitely had no hopes of furthering his relationship with Jiang Lingyu. Right now, his only way of getting Hall Master Zhang's recognition was to grow a lot stronger within a short time. At the very least, he needed to become a fighter on the national level. Only then would Hall Master Jiang even consider handing his daughter over to him. To build his strength quickly, the only way he could think of was by joining Zero Wing's workshop. There wasn't actually a rule or regulation in the White Tiger Dojo that disallowed joining a gaming workshop, and growing stronger was far more important than violating Gan Xingting's rules. If I join Zero Wing's workshop, how much stronger can I become within a month? Yu Ziping was desperate to grow stronger. However, he was suspicious about how much stronger the Zero Wing workshop could help him become. I knew you would ask something like this. Since you're curious, how about you spar with one of our workshop's new members? Shifeng suggested, chuckling. Fortunately, you're already familiar with this person. Someone I am familiar with? Yu Ziping gave Shifeng a skeptical look. Follow me. Shifeng did not bother to explain as he left the lounge. Yu Ziping promptly followed him, curious about his opponent. In the White Tiger Dojo, his status was relatively high. Not only had he become an intermediate disciple at the young age of 18, but he even ranked near the top among intermediate disciples. He was only a short time from becoming an advanced disciple. If he became an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo at his age, he would definitely qualify to participate in the National Youth Fighting Competition. Inside Zero Wing's training room, many of Zero Wing Workshop's new members were preoccupied with their basic training. When they noticed Shifeng lead an indifferent youth into the room, they stopped and looked at Yu Ziping curiously. Who's that? A new member? No, I know that guy. He was one of the fighters that came to the dojo to make trouble, but got a beating from Big Sis Fire instead. What unfortunate fools. Big Sis Fire never shows mercy in a fight. She is exactly like Instructor Lei in this aspect. Do you think that guy is looking to challenge Big Sis Fire again? Everyone in the training room had their assumptions about Yu Ziping's intentions. As for whether Yu Ziping had any chance of actually defeating Fire Dance, the thought never even entered their minds. In their eyes, Yu Ziping would need a miracle to survive against the woman for longer than 5 seconds. As for the youth defeating Fire Dance, had anyone ever seen an ordinary human win against a monster before? After Shifeng entered the training room, he turned to a slim youth that looked to be roughly 20 years old and said, Lu Xiao, come over here for a second. We'll be testing your strength today. Understood. Lu Xiao hurriedly responded. From the start of the match to Yu Ziping's collapse, Lu Xiao felt as if he had been dreaming. He had the weird feeling that Yu Ziping had gone easy on him. Why else would Yu Ziping have had so many holes in his defense? Moreover, in Lu Xiao's opinion, Yu Ziping's attack methods had been monotone. It was as if Yu Ziping had begged him to dodge the attacks. However, in Shifeng's opinion, Lu Xiao's win wasn't unexpected. Since joining Zero Wing, Lu Xiao had experienced many life-or-death battles. After Shifeng finished instructing Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove on what they needed to do, he returned to his own room. There were less than 10 minutes before God's Domain's system update completed. After drinking a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid, Shifeng entered his gaming cabin and logged into God's Domain. robbery by incomparably powerful NPCs would not be surprising. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals were equally important items to NPCs. However, in Shifeng's opinion, the most criminal setting placed by the main god system would still have to be the fact that 7 Luminaries crystals could not be disguised. The 7 Luminaries crystal contained mana of extremely high purity and density. Just its presence alone could cause a change to the ambient mana, which allowed players and NPCs to discover it readily. Without a sufficiently powerful transport team, even if one managed to obtain some 7 Luminaries crystals, the crystals would not reach their intended destination. Many of the transport teams Shifeng led in the past, which carried 7 Luminaries crystals, had been robbed by Tier 4 and Tier 5 NPCs. He had to admit that this was the pitiful aspect of small guilds. This was also precisely the reason why Apex experts had gained importance in the past, and why nurturing Apex experts became essential for the various large guilds. Following which, Shifeng chose to activate his mind space. The instant he activated his mind space, the massive stone doors began shattering. Chunks of stone fell one after another, revealing bronze metal behind them. When all the stone was gone, a set of bronze doors had replaced the set of stone doors. Meanwhile, the divine runes carved on the doors began radiating a faint golden glow. Immediately after, a change occurred to the system interface. Owner, Yifeng. Mind space, active. Space level, bronze. 3,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals will be required to upgrade to secret silver rank. Space size, 0. Every additional cubic meter will require 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystals. 7 Luminaries crystals, 0. After scanning, it is discovered that you have no 7 Luminaries crystals in your private space. After taking a glance at the interface, Shifeng promptly chose to enter God's domain. Although his mind space was already active, without any 7 Luminaries crystals, it was equivalent to non-existent. Currently, what he needed to do was gather 7 Luminaries crystals and deliver it to his private space. In God's domain, aside from lacking powerful experts, another aspect where small guilds were inferior to large guilds was the amount of land they owned. As 7 Luminaries crystals could be stored only in one's private space, the more land one possessed, the easier it would be to transport the crystals. However, the main god system had also implemented a corresponding restriction to this matter. For bronze spaces, the private spaces they were bound to in God's domain could be changed only once every 20 days. This prevented guilds that possessed a large number of lands from gaining too great an advantage. When Shifeng entered the game, he found himself alone inside the armory. Nobody else had logged back into the game yet. He expected that the others were taking a look at the officially activated mind space system. With all the traps in the armory disabled, Shifeng walked straight to the stone altar. Previously, Fire Dance had managed to disable the master trap only at the very last second. Everyone was forcibly logged out of the game before they could even get a glimpse at what was on the stone altar. Shifeng was very curious to find out what exactly the trap had been protecting. Despite the rarity of master traps even in the inner area of the Fallen Ark, they actually found one in the armory located in the Ark's outer area. Without a doubt, the item on the altar was extraordinary. Walking forward, Shifeng sent a glance at the altar. Nothing particularly remarkable lay on the altar, only a glass bottle and some scattered designs covered in dust. Following which, Shifeng blew away the dust and carefully held up the glass bottle and designs. He was immediately stunned by what he saw. A small sailboat? Shifeng could not believe his eyes right now. In God's domain, speedboats were mainly meant for individual players. A small sailboat, on the other hand, was intended for teams. A bronze small sailboat was even more valuable than the Swift Dragon speedboat. In terms of maritime combat power, the small sailboat was far superior. Meanwhile, the small sailboat before him was mysterious iron rank. Chapter 1136, High-End Building. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1136, High-End Building. Shi Feng was dazed as he stared at the ancient bottle in his hand. He had to admit that time could erode everything. The glass bottle storing the small sailboat was extremely high quality, crafted of epic-ranked materials. However, the bottle had been in this armory since the Great Ancient War. After so much time, even epic materials would start to disintegrate. As a result, Shi Feng could only see the small sailboat's information. He couldn't actually use it. Hurricane sailboat, small sailboat, mysterious iron rank. Maximum capacity, 150 people. Durability 1,000/1,000. Item storage when liberated, 8,000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1-. Triple shield. Absorbs up to 1,300,000 damage for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2-. Double destruction cannon, 2,000 yard range. Deals divine damage to a radius of 20 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. 4 cannons are currently equipped. Up to 6 cannons can be equipped. Additional active skill 3-. Hurricane Frost Field. Reduce the movement speed of all life forms and objects outside of the hurricane sailboat within a radius of 200 yards for 4 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Each activation costs 60 magic crystals. Additional active skill 4-. Mana Conversion. Converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 40%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 20 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional passive skill -. Braving the winds and waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. The hurricane sailboat has been severely damaged and cannot be used. Must repair the boat's divine ruins before use. It seems I'll have to get Burning Abyss to fix it. Shi Feng sighed as he stored the hurricane sailboat. The hurricane sailboat was no less valuable than a fragmented legendary item. It was even more valuable than the swift dragon speedboat. The sailboat was especially valuable right now. Sailboats were very large. Not only could they participate in naval combat, but they were also transportation tools. Transporting cargo over sea was much faster and more convenient than on land. More importantly, transportation across the sea was much safer. This was especially true for the current God's Domain. Naval combat was different from combat on land. While players' role in these battles was important, the ship they used was the more so. In God's Domain, a mysterious iron small sailboat combat power made it practically invincible among current guilds. The sailboat could even deal with troublesome sea monsters. After storing the hurricane sailboat, Shi Feng shifted his gaze towards the designs. Although the designs were somewhat damaged due to the passing of time, Shi Feng could discern their information. 4 Towers of Elements. When Shi Feng saw these words, he froze. So, this is the famous 4 Towers of Elements. Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he examined the designs, nearly losing his grip on the papers. While the 4 Towers of Elements name seemed ordinary, in the various libraries around God's Domain, it was also known as the Elemental Towers. The 4 Towers of Elements was a defensive structure that combined 4 towers that harnessed the power of the 4 major elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. If the Mana Tower was considered a mainstream defensive building, the 4 Towers of Elements was a high-end defensive building. However, in the past, he had only seen these towers in Super Guild's main headquarters. He had never heard of a lesser guild owning one. In fact, only super guilds had known where to obtain them. However, looking back at it now, Shi Feng felt that those super guilds might have obtained the designs in the fallen Arkansas. Only those who had learned the relevant subclasses could build them. Moreover, the relevant subclass requirements were exceptionally high. At the very least, one needed to reach the advanced rank. With this, I won't have any issues defending the city. Shi Feng could not help but grin at the designs. There were a total of 4 designs, the complete design for the 4 Towers of Elements. With these designs, in addition to the lifestyle players the candlelight trading firm had already nurtured, he could definitely construct the towers. Thinking up to this point, Feng began reading the list of required construction materials. This way he could prepare. What? These towers require 7 luminaries crystals. Feng grew somewhat faint after glancing through the materials. If the towers simply needed a few 7 luminaries crystals, he could have dealt with that. However, each tower required 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing the entire set would cost him 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing these 4 towers cost more than constructing an entire city. In God's domain, 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal was roughly the size of an adult's fist. Generally, one only came across 0. 1 to 0. 3 units of a 7 luminaries crystal. 1/10 of a 7 luminaries crystal would sell to NPC merchants for around 300 to 400 gold. If sold to players, some had even offered 1,000 gold in the past. However, even at such a price, nobody had been willing to sell their crystals. If Feng invested 40 units in his own mind space, he could increase it by 40 cubic meters. This was enough space for one person to live in. Even though he knew of many areas where he could collect 7 luminaries crystals right now, collecting so many in such a short time wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, Fire Dance came online. When she noticed Feng's sour expression, she asked curiously, "Guild leader, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Feng said, shaking his head. He had no intentions of revealing the 4 towers of elements. The 4 towers of elements were of the utmost importance. There wasn't much benefit in revealing the information. Rather than letting everyone worry about the matter, it was better that they focus on what they needed to do right now. Shortly after, Aqua Rose also logged in. Immediately, she turned to Feng and asked anxiously, "Guild leader, what was on the stone altar?" "A small sailboat," Feng said. He then shared the hurricane sailboat's information in the team chat for everyone to see. Those that had just come online and saw the hurricane sailboat's information were stupefied. Although they weren't very familiar with naval matters, they could more or less tell how powerful the hurricane sailboat was by its skills. The hurricane sailboat was practically a moving turret. If the 4 double destruction cannons were lined up and fired together, their killing power would be absolutely terrifying. If the hurricane sailboat could be used on land, it would be invincible, not to mention at sea. "Guild leader, with this sailboat, we can start developing in a coastal city. With this sailboat and our resources, we'll definitely get our own share of the pie," Gentle Snow suggested after reading the hurricane sailboat's details. "That's right. Guild leader, the various large guilds have already secured most of the available resources on land. We have to waste a lot of time and effort to contest for those resources. We might as well shift a portion of our focus to the sea. There are not many cities out at sea, so the various guilds are slow in developing their maritime strength. There are still a lot of locations free of guilds' control. With this small sailboat, we can definitely compete with the guilds current in coastal cities." Aqua Rose very much agreed with Gentle Snow's proposal. Both Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were members of the guild's management team. They possessed far more information than others. The two of them had also considered the problem of the guild's future development. There were simply too few resources available on land, and it was time-consuming to contest for more. As for the sea, not only were its resources abundant, but the majority of the various large guilds in God's domain were in the same situation as Zero Wing when it came to competition at sea. Most guilds were just starting to move towards the ocean at this stage of the game. One could say that they were all at the same starting point right now. Zero Wing's acquisition of the mysterious iron small sailboat gave it a significant advantage over the other guilds. Zero Wing could easily suppress their competition's fishing boats and speedboats. Chapter 1137. Introducing the inferior legendary treasure chest. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1137. Introducing the inferior legendary treasure chest. In the canyon outside of the Fallen Ark, the Soul Eater Lord, which had previously attacked Zero Wing's team, finally emerged. Immediately, the Soul Eater Lord's powerful domain enveloped a significant portion of the canyon. How is there such a powerful monster? The sight of the Soul Eater Lord instilled fear and insecurity into the Midnight Tea Party's members. They had listened to Shifeng's instructions and moved 1,000 yards away from the Ark, which put them outside of the Soul Eater Lord's domain. However, as experts, their senses were far superior to ordinary players. In addition, they normally fought high-tiered monsters. As a result, they could roughly gauge a monster's strength based on the pressure it emitted. Meanwhile, right now, from the pressure they felt from the Soul Eater Lord, they could tell that he was the strongest monster they had encountered since joining God's domain. Black Flame really didn't lie. Even if every member in the team has reached Tier 2, level 60, will still be cannon fodder against such a powerful monster, Netherworld Wave said, finding it somewhat difficult to breathe. Even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't be a match for the Tier 4, level 67 mythic monster with a complete domain. After all, complete domains were what made Tier 4 NPCs so powerful and allowed them to fight mythic monsters, which had higher attributes, on equal footing. Leader, are we still going to go in? Cloud Yarn asked Breeze Wine worriedly. With such powerful monsters guarding the fallen Ark, even sending in an army of tens of thousands of players of the same level would be meaningless. They were significantly underleveled right now. Let's wait for a bit, Breeze Wine said softly. Black Flame told us his method for luring these monsters away. Let's make our decision after watching the situation. After Breeze Wine announced his decision, the team fell silent. It would be a pity to simply leave after so much difficulty to open the fallen Arkansas. While the Midnight Tea Party members waited quietly, one monster after another exited the fallen Arkansas. The weakest among them was a Grand Lord, while most were mythic monsters. The adventurer team counted 20 mythic monsters leaving the Arkansas. Watching this, the Midnight Tea Party members, who had experienced hundreds of challenging battles, shuddered. If not for the monsters' low levels, they could have easily obliterated numerous major NPC cities if they worked together. Even at level 60, players would be cannon fodder in front of these monsters. It did not matter how many players fought them. Everyone that tried to do so would undoubtedly die. If not for their quest time limit and severe penalty for failure, the Midnight Tea Party members would have fled. Leader, they seem to have discovered something, the Ranger, Dark War, reported softly. Everyone followed Dark War's gaze, and indeed, one mythic monster in the distant forest sniffed the air as if it had scented something. Suddenly, the mythic monster roared, and the rest gathered to its location. The Midnight Tea Party members began to panic. They couldn't have discovered us, right? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. If these monsters discovered them, their deaths were certain. That shouldn't be the case. Black Flame had returned from that direction. He should have set up some sort of luring magic array there, Endless Scars calmly explained. As soon as Endless Scars said so, the abyssal monsters began to rush elsewhere. Very quickly, they disappeared from the Midnight Tea Party's sight. They're gone. Everyone could not help but release a sigh of relief. A few of the team members who had expressed their discontent with Shifeng began to view the swordsman in a new light. Although Shifeng was ridiculously greedy, they had to admit that if not for him, they would have been unable to enter the fallen Ark for a long time. We have our chance. Let's hurry and enter the Ark. Breeze Wine shouted as he stood. Now that the monsters were nowhere to be seen, they could sneak into the Ark undetected. Once they were inside, things would become much easier. She had done so because Firmament had taken over a major NPC coastal city very early in the game. Even some super guilds feared its strength at sea. Hence, Shifeng now planned to occupy a major NPC coastal city. Guild leader, I discovered a forging hall. I can see an inferior legendary treasure chest inside the hall. Fire Dance excitedly announced in the team chat. Chapter 1138, 2 weak points. Hellscythe_vampire. Chapter 1138, 2 Weak Points. An inferior legendary treasure chest in the forging hall? Shifeng's heart began beating rapidly when he heard this. In the past, he had never even seen an epic treasure chest, only ever heard about it through rumors. As for inferior legendary treasure chests, their existence in God's domain was only player speculation. Nobody would say for certain that such treasure chests even existed in the game. After all, as long as one's luck was not extremely bad, they could get a fragmented legendary item from an inferior legendary treasure chest. Without exaggeration, a single fragmented legendary item could change the fate of a player in God's domain. In God's domain, the large guilds were fully capable of obtaining epic items, in relatively high quantities. However, not every large guild possessed fragmented legendary items. Even 10 years after God's domain's launch, first-rate guilds only had a handful of such items at most. Meanwhile, guilds would definitely dispatch a lot of players to guard their experts wielding these fragmented legendary items. The reason for this was very simple: fear of an ambush by other Apex experts wielding fragmented legendary items. Although their own experts possessed extremely frightening strength, with appropriate counters, the enemy could still take them out. Hence, these guilds would dispatch expert teams to prevent unexpected incidents from happening. Even so, many such ambushes still occurred in God's domain every day. One could see just how desperate the large guilds were towards fragmented legendary items. Shifeng never imagined that, shortly after entering the inner area of the Fallen Ark, he would actually come across such a harvest. The Fallen Ark was even more amazing than the rumors had made it out to be. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Back then, some people had already entered the Fallen Ark prior to the public's discovery of it and had definitely cleaned out the treasures inside. Moreover, the super guilds that had cleared out those ancient abyssal monsters must have looted the Ark as well. By the time other players were able to swarm into the Ark, the treasures remaining were extremely few, but still extraordinarily amazing. Now that his team was the first to explore the Fallen Ark, it was not surprising that they came across an inferior legendary treasure chest, which he had never seen in the past. When everyone heard Fire Dance say so, flames of passion flared up in their eyes. Even epic items were exceedingly rare right now. If they could obtain a fragmented legendary item, it would truly be a game-changer for Zero Wing. Among those present, aside from Blackie, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and an extreme few who knew that Zero Wing possessed more than one fragmented legendary item, everyone else believed that the best weapons and equipment Zero Wing possessed were only of epic rank. "What's the situation over there?" Shifeng asked softly after calming himself. "There's an extremely powerful trap set up around the treasure chest. Furthermore, there are 2 statues inside the forging hall, and both of them are giving off a very faint pressure. They could be the guardians protecting the treasure chest. I don't dare approach them right now, so I still can't determine whether I can disable the trap." Fire Dance then took a picture of the forging hall and shared it through the team chat. Previously, Shifeng had warned her that aside from traps, certain parts of the Ark's inner area had guardian monsters. Hence, she had taken notice of the 2 statues set up in the forging hall. After scrutinizing the picture, Shifeng nodded and said, "Your judgment is correct. Those 2 statues are indeed guardians. Moreover, they're not just any normal guardians. They're fossilized Tyrannosauruses, an archaic species." Shifeng had seen the fossilized Tyrannosaurus in the past. Back then, a super guild had dispatched an army of 10,000 players, in addition to many Apex experts, to kill one. In the end, although the super guild managed to finish off the archaic species, it had suffered a casualty rate of over 80%. An archaic species? Isn't that similar to the monster we encountered in Titan City's entrance trial? Aqua Rose asked in shock. She had personally experienced the strength of an archaic species. If not for the powerful magic array suppressing the King of Corrosion back then, they would not have had any chance of defeating it at all. Yet now, there were actually 2 such monsters in the forging hall. In truth, even Shi Feng was surprised upon seeing this. According to the information he obtained, there should not be any other powerful monsters in the Fallen Ark's inner area, aside from special life forms and those ancient abyssal monsters. The sudden appearance of two archaic species was completely outside of his expectations. No wonder the inferior legendary treasure chest was placed in such an eye-catching location. Shi Feng felt his head start aching. Archaic species were stronger than even special life forms. A Tier 4 archaic species could definitely rival those Tier 4 abyssal monsters inside the Ark in strength. If two of such archaic species worked together to defend an area, they would be practically invincible at this stage of the game. It might be possible to challenge them with a team of Tier 3 experts. Either that, or if they had another water boundary magic scroll to hold the two guardians back, they could use the opportunity to disable the trap and take the treasure chest away. Otherwise, they could only look at the treasure chest from the sides. Guild leader, with our current standards, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Why don't we explore other locations first? Gentle Snow suggested. While she wanted to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest as well, the difficulty of doing so was simply too high. Rather than pointlessly throw away their lives, it would be much better if they first looked for whatever items they could get their hands on. Alright, Fire, send over the safe route to the forging hall first. Afterwards, explore some other locations and take as many items as you can. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng decided to first do whatever they could in the inner area before considering other courses of action. Understood. Fire Dance nodded, then shared the route she took to reach the forging hall through the team chat. Shi Feng carefully led everyone towards the forging hall. The inner area of the Fallen Ark was very complex. It was like a highly diversified maze, and one could easily lose their way in here. One might even encounter the same trap several or even dozens of times. It was no wonder the players that actually managed to leave with any treasure numbered extremely few, despite players swarming the Fallen Arkansas. After wending their way for over an hour, Shi Feng and the others finally arrived at the forging hall. The extremely spacious forging hall was roughly the size of a sports stadium that could fit 50,000 people. There were all sorts of forging tools placed around the room as well as many books on display. However, due to the corrosion of time, none of these things seemed usable. Only the treasure chest and the statues placed in the center of the hall appeared in pristine condition. Flying, find a way to disable the traps protecting the forging tools and books. Everyone else, take whatever you can away from here. Leave nothing behind, Shi Feng instructed after glancing through the hall. Since he had already arrived in the Fallen Ark's inner area, he naturally could not let this trip go to waste. Although the forging tools and books were severely damaged, with so many tools and books here, he refused to believe that not a single one of them was usable. Understood. Everyone promptly spread out and went into action. As for Shi Feng himself, he was carefully observing the inferior legendary treasure chest and the two massive statues standing beside it. Over 2 hours passed very quickly. Aside from where the treasure chest sat, everyone had cleared out all the other areas in the hall. Although everyone was relatively tired from all the looting they did, they managed to end up with a considerable harvest. The items they obtained included dozens of complete books as well as 8 forging tools. Every forging tool was secret silver rank, and if placed in the candlelight trading firm, they would all be top-class tools. Although Miracle was only a super first-rate guild, the number and quality of experts it possessed were by no means inferior to super guilds. If Miracle dispatched its apex experts to the Dark Arena, then the upcoming match would definitely be an interesting one. Elsewhere, after Shi Feng was done reading through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's introduction, he fell into deep thought. So these are the methods to raid them. No matter how he looked at it, the two archaic species were invincible existences at this stage of the game. If the two worked together, even a 100-man team of level 60, Tier 2 experts would fall very quickly. However, since the main god system had set the difficulty of this raid as such, it would naturally provide players with some kind of hope to complete the raid. Although Shi Feng did not know how effective these two methods would be in weakening the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, it would be a criminal waste if he simply gave up on the inferior legendary treasure chest without even giving it a try. Following which, Shi Feng had everyone begin making preparations to raid the two monsters. Guild leader, are we really going to raid these two archaic species? Aqua Rose asked worriedly as she looked at the two giant statues in the center of the forging hall. Previously, when they went up against the King of Corrosion, they had had a team of 100 players and even the assistance of an ancient magic array. Right now, not only did they not possess such a magic array, but their team also had only 20 members in all. To make things worse, they had to go up against two archaic species at the same time. No matter how she looked at it, they were simply trying to get themselves killed. The outcome would be the same even if they managed to grasp the weak points of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. I know what you're worried about. Before we learned of their weak points, I indeed had no idea how we could get the treasure chest. Now, however, things are different. I have around a 30% certainty that we can get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Shi Feng laughed. 30%? So high? Aqua Rose was quite surprised by Shi Feng's response. She had estimated that they had less than a 5% chance of successfully obtaining the treasure chest. But Shi Feng was now saying he was roughly 30% sure he could pull it off. If he really did have such a high probability of success, it was indeed worthwhile to make an attempt. Currently, super guilds were willing to sacrifice thousands of elite members just to obtain one epic item, let alone a fragmented legendary item. If the existence of this inferior legendary treasure chest were made known to super guilds, most likely, they would be more than willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of elite players as well as hundreds of experts. Around that percentage. However, our main problem would still be the trap set up around the treasure chest. If it is a Grandmaster trap, we'll most likely have no chance of getting the treasure chest. Only if it is a Master trap will we have a 30% chance of succeeding. Shi Feng shrugged, expressing that he was taking a gamble right now. In the past, it was a common sight for the various large guilds to send out tens of thousands of elite players just to contest for one fragmented legendary item. After all, with one fragmented legendary item, a guild could nurture one more apex expert. This way, not only would a guild get another expert to lead it, but they would also have a much easier time defending the transportation of important cargo or locations in the future. Following which, everyone began taking action according to Shi Feng's commands. To take advantage of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's first weak point, Shi Feng armed everyone, with the exclusion of the team's MTs and healers, with Tier 1 and Tier 2 water-type magic scrolls. As soon as the battle began, they would close the doors to the forging hall, turning it into an enclosed space. After that was done, they could easily create an environment filled with water. As for the archaic species' second weak point, Shi Feng possessed the omniscient eyes. He should have no problems targeting the power cores. Everything else would have to depend on luck. When Fire Dance returned to the forging room, Shi Feng had his team shut the doors to the forging room. Begin! As the water-type spells struck the bodies of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, both monsters immediately awoke. Roar! The fossilized Tyrannosauruses let loose deafening roars, shaking up the forging hall. Meanwhile, the powerful aura that abruptly filled the entire hall struck fear into everyone. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had awakened, everyone was finally able to get a glimpse at their statistics. Fossilized Tyrannosaurus, inferior dragon, archaic species, mythic. Level 65. HP 320, 000, 000/320, 000, 000. Just as everyone was feeling shocked by the statistics of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Shi Feng shouted, "Fire, use this chance to disable the trap." Shi Feng knew better than anyone else present just how powerful the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. It was also because of this understanding that he knew how valuable time was right now. If they continued daydreaming, the chances of obtaining the inferior legendary treasure chest would decline. Understood. Fire Dance immediately responded and activated Silent Steps, appearing behind one of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. She then dashed straight towards the treasure chest. Good. Now activate your life-saving skills and slowly lure the bosses away. Feng commanded. Without hesitation, Cola and Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. If they managed to deal only such a small amount of damage, despite the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's weakened defenses, they did not dare to imagine what kind of damage the inferior dragons could deal, seeing as the boss's attack power had not weakened in the slightest. Peng! However, while Feng had guessed correctly that he could locate the power cores with omniscient eyes, he had no way of damaging them. Seeing how Cola and Turtledove had only managed to scratch the scales of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses before, even if Feng relied on the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray, it would be very difficult for him to shatter those scales, not to mention penetrating deep into the inferior dragons' bodies and striking at their power cores. Nevertheless, Cola's and Turtledove's HPs were rapidly decreasing at this moment. The two Guardian Knights could die at any time. If he did not destroy the power cores right now, it would be impossible for them to survive for 5 minutes. When Protection Blessing ended, both of them would die instantly. It seems I have no choice but to use that, Feng muttered to himself before letting out a sigh. In a battle of such level, it was just too risky to use that. However, in order to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Saying so, Feng took out a Summon Guard scroll and summoned his epic guard, Anna. Players generally would not let their personal guards take part in such a dangerous battle. While personal guards that were killed could be resurrected, the price for doing so was exorbitant. It was definitely not a price that players were willing to accept. Hence, players with powerful personal guards very rarely allowed their personal guards to take part in risky battles. Anna, use Angel Summoning. Chapter 1141, Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1141, Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Under Feng's command, Anna began to chant an incantation. Instantly, the mana in the forging hall surged towards her. Roar! The two fossilized Tyrannosauruses quickly noticed the frightening amount of mana flowing towards Anna. Immediately, their massive, golden eyes shifted to the woman, glaring at her as if she were their greatest enemy. Anna needed time to cast her spell. Although the forging room was quite large, a mythic monster could cross it in no time at all. Before Anna finished her chant, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses would reach her. Currently, Anna was a Tier 2 NPC. She had no hope against the two Tier 4 archaic species. Seeing this, Feng sighed dejectedly. Hurriedly, he shouted, Cola, Turtledove, use the basic mana pulse bombs. Previously, they had also obtained over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs from the armory in addition to the intermediate mana pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 spell. If used properly, these bombs would be frighteningly effective in a guild war. Basic Mana Pulse Bomb deals damage equivalent to a Tier 3 destruction spell to a radius of 25 yards. Bomb is 100% effective against monsters and players below level 100, and 50% effective against monsters and players level 100 and above. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Unfortunately, they had a limited number of mana pulse bombs. Once they used them, they would be gone. Yet, they were the team's only option to pull aggro. Hearing Feng's instructions, Cola and Turtledove retrieved the fist-sized bombs reluctantly. However, seeing the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses charge at Anna, the Guardian's Knights threw the bombs at the two bosses. The mana pulse bombs looked like specks of dust compared to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, The instant the bombs touched the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales, black and white mana surged forth, devouring the guardian monsters. The forging hall shook with the explosions, and for a moment, even space itself seemed as if it might shatter. The mana pulse bombs might far exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Cola and Turtledove, who stood closest to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, were blown off their feet by the resulting shockwaves. This destructive power is even more amazing than Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Cola exclaimed in astonishment. He had seen Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells before. Although their range was greater, the spells couldn't destabilize space. If they attacked a Grand Lord with these basic mana pulse bombs, they might even inflict severe injuries. The mana pulse bombs had shocked the rest of the team as well, and they all thought it was a huge waste to use them against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. If they used the bombs to weaken field Grand Lords instead, the guild could profit greatly. However, as the black and white mana dissipated and these players could see the fossilized Tyrannosauruses once more, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Despite such powerful attacks, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were unharmed. The mana pulse bombs hadn't even left a scratch. All the bombs accomplished was blowing off a layer of dust that had collected on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales over the years, giving the two monsters a fresh, clean appearance. As for the bomb's damage, each had only caused around -200,000 damage. Even if they tossed 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, they couldn't kill the monsters. If they used the basic mana pulse bombs against Great Lords, each could easily deal over 1 million damage. The bombs would also easily annihilate players below Tier 3. However, the bomb's damage did redirect the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's attention to Cola and Turtledove. Excellent! Shifeng smiled faintly. The brief moment Cola and Turtledove had bought allowed Anna to finish her incantation. "Emerge, Valkyrie!" Anna shouted. Immediately, a golden magic array enveloped the forging hall's ceiling, which caused the mana inside the hall to rampage. A Valkyrie with pure white wings, geared in golden, divine armor slowly descended from the magic array. Compared to Anna's previous summoning, the Valkyrie had reached level 70 as Anna had leveled from level 69 to level 70 during the previous war. Every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain. Hence, a level 70 Valkyrie was significantly stronger than a level 69 Valkyrie. This was also why Shifeng was willing to risk summoning Anna into this battle. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were level 65. As Tier 4 archaic species, while they might not have complete domains like the ancient abyssal monsters, their attributes were far superior to the abyssal monsters. If given the choice, players would rather fight the fossilized Tyrannosauruses than the ancient abyssal monsters. This was due to the abyssal monsters' powerful domains and their effectiveness against players. After all was said and done, the Tier 4 Valkyrie was only a puppet. The Valkyrie neither possessed high intellect nor did it have a complete domain like ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. In a sense, the Valkyrie was similar to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, when comparing life ratings, the Valkyrie was far above archaic species. In a head-on collision, the Valkyrie could definitely overwhelm the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. "Attack!" Shifeng commanded. The Valkyrie could only remain for 10 seconds and could only be summoned again after 1 full day. Hence, he could not waste a single second. Hearing Shifeng's command, Anna instructed the Valkyrie to take action. Suddenly, the Valkyrie disappeared as she used the Tier 3 skill spatial transfer to arrive before one of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. "Attack its lower left rib," Shifeng commanded. After watching the bosses with omniscient eyes, Shifeng had grasped the power core's basic patterns. Although he couldn't break through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales and substantially damage the power cores, the Valkyrie could. A silver spear appeared in the Valkyrie's hands, arcs of golden lightning dancing around the weapon. The Valkyrie then thrust the spear at the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's lower left rib. Tier 4 skill, Thunder Sanction. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus panicked instantly. The Valkyrie had appeared too suddenly. Even with its high attack speed, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus was still caught off guard as it received Thunder Sanction in full. The golden lightning pierced through its tough scales and exited from its back, reaping nearly 3% of the monster's HP. The team immediately felt the fossilized Tyrannosaurus grow weaker. This scene enraged the other fossilized Tyrannosaurus as it spread its jaws. A large amount of mana began to gather in the monster's mouth. Crap! It's using its breath. Everyone move, don't stand in front of the boss. Feng hurriedly warned his team as he saw the monster charge its attack. The greatest move of any monster from the dragon race would be its breath attacks. Among them, true dragon's breath attacks were the most powerful. There were even records of how a dragon had obliterated a major city with a single breath attack. Thus, the dragon race represented destruction. Roar! The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's roar echoed throughout the forging hall. Before anyone could react, a dazzling beam of light devoured the Valkyrie. The breath even shattered space itself. Meanwhile, this beam of light struck one of the forging hall's stone walls. If not for having been constructed by ancient gods, no one doubted that the breath attack could have punched a hole straight through the fallen Arkansas. Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. By the time the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath ended, the forging hall was unrecognizable. How is there such a powerful monster? The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath attack had stupefied every player on the team. Everything in front of the inferior dragon was gone. Only a bare wall and floor remained. Over half of the accessories around the forging hall had disintegrated. It was not hard to realize that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus hadn't been taking them seriously. Had the two inferior dragons taken them as seriously as they had the Valkyrie, they would have obliterated the entire team. This single blow shouldn't have defeated the Valkyrie, right? Aqua Rose muttered worriedly as she watched the spatial tear gradually disappear. Without a doubt, this breath attack was definitely a Tier 4 skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created a spatial tear. The Valkyrie was only a temporarily summoned puppet. She only possessed 1/20th of the HP ordinary summoned creatures had. It wouldn't be surprising in the least if this terrifying breath attack had devoured her entire HP bar. If the Valkyrie were really gone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Against the enraged fossilized Tyrannosauruses, even with their berserk and life-saving skills active, Cola and Turtledove would die instantly, much less the rest of Zero Wing's team. As these thoughts swam through Aqua Rose's mind, the smoke finally started to dissipate. She's unharmed? How is this possible? Aqua Rose stared at the divine angel flapping her wings in amazement. Not only was the Valkyrie unharmed, but not even a speck of dust tainted her body. Even the fossilized Tyrannosaurus, which possessed some intellect, was stunned, fear surfacing in its massive, golden eyes as it gazed at the Valkyrie before it. Suddenly, Feng shouted, "Attack its right arm." Although the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath was incredibly powerful, Anna's Valkyrie was no pushover either. Even if the Valkyrie were not at her peak due to lacking sufficient intellect, she possessed all of the skills a Tier 4 Valkyrie should. The Valkyrie had used the Tier 4 skill Divine Protection to defend against the inferior dragon's breath, the skill allowing her to negate all attacks below Tier 6 for 3 seconds. Afterward, all of the damage she should have received would be converted into HP. In the past, Divine Protection had been a super rare life-saving skill that many Tier 4 Guardian Knights dreamed of obtaining. Any Guardian Knights that learned it had been highly sought after even by super guilds. As soon as Feng gave the command, Anna once more controlled the Valkyrie to attack the fossilized Tyrannosaurus. Roar! The fossilized Tyrannosaurus was now on full alert, its claws releasing a faint, gray glow. The inferior dragon then slashed at the approaching Valkyrie as if it were swatting a fly. Boom! Faster than the naked eye could perceive, the claws struck the Valkyrie. The players in the forging hall nearly lost their balance as the resulting shockwaves swept over them. However, when the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's claws landed, the attack stopped as if it had collided with an immovable wall. Not only did it fail to damage the Valkyrie, but its claws had also been forced to a halt. Taking advantage of the inferior dragon's brief pause, the Valkyrie threw her silver spear. The spear transformed into a streak of light that pierced the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's right arm, leaving behind a bloody hole. Good. With this, we shouldn't have any issues. Feng released a sigh of relief when he saw the red dot on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body fade. The Valkyrie could only remain in existence for a short period. If they could not exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores within that time, they would never last 5 minutes. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had lost their power cores, they were like beasts that had lost their fangs and claws. Their threat levels decreased significantly. Even when Cola and Turtledove received an attack, they only lost around 18,000 HP. The inferior dragons had lost at least half of their strength. With this, even without protection blessing, neither of the two guardian knights would die instantly. They could last a long time with the aid of power of darkness. However, Feng had no intentions of wasting the Valkyrie's power. Immediately he had the Valkyrie attack the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses frantically, using this opportunity to weaken the two bosses further and reduce the burden on Cola and Turtledove. Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too little time. Despite the Valkyrie doing her best, she was only able to deal some light damage to the two massive bosses, which slowed the monster's attacks slightly. Unfortunately, the attacks weren't so slow that Cola and Turtledove could evade the boss's normal attacks easily. When the two bosses used skills, however, the brief activation time gave the MTs enough time to evade. Time passed quickly. While Fire Dance desperately tried to disable the trap, the pressure on the rest of the team grew. Their fear also grew as they continued to fight. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses had 320 million HP. They could regenerate 3,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if they stood there, not defending themselves, they wouldn't die. In contrast, due to the high damages Cola and Turtledove received, Zero Wings healers were struggling, their mana depleting rapidly. It was impossible to make up for the consumed mana with mana recovery potions. It was only a matter of time before the healers ran out. Fortunately, the team's goal wasn't to exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Instead, they were simply buying time. However, both Cola and Turtledove suddenly felt that something was amiss. Guild leader, I'm sensing that the boss's strength is growing. Cola hurriedly reported. Initially, after Protection Blessing had ended, he had received around minus 36,000 damage from each of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's normal attacks. However, with the aid of Protection and Truth Shield, he received less than minus 30,000. With his current 57,000 HP and the healer's help, he could receive 2 hits without dying. Yet, even with the Oracles and Clerics buffs, he was now receiving more than minus 30,000 damage from the boss's normal attacks. If the damage continued to rise, he would die in 2 hits if the healers failed to restore his HP in time. I discovered something strange as well. It seems the boss's defense is weakening. Gentle Snow, who was assisting Turtledove from the sides, announced. Hearing Cola and Gentle Snow's words, Feng fell into deep thought. Could they be weakening their physical bodies to generate new power cores? Although extremely few monsters had cores as weak points in God's domain, Feng had encountered a few. A few of these monsters were capable of regenerating their destroyed cores after a certain period. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were an archaic species. It would not be surprising if they could do so. In fact, Feng had already considered this possibility. However, less than 2 minutes had passed since the inferior dragon's power cores had been destroyed. This regeneration speed surpassed Feng's initial estimates. He had assumed that the bosses would need at least 5 minutes before they could regenerate their power cores. This coincided with how much time Fire Dance needed to disable the trap. Once the trap was disabled, they could simply take the treasure chest and leave. They shouldn't have needed to worry about the fossilized tyrannosauruses regenerating their power cores. It seems we have no choice but to fight. After considering various options, Shi Feng had only come up with one method that would buy them the necessary time. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Kola, turtle dove, lure the bosses together. Everyone, throw basic mana pulse bombs at the bosses. Don't hold back and use everything you have." Now that the boss's defense had weakened, the mana pulse bombs would deal more damage. Before this, it might have been impossible to annihilate the fossilized tyrannosauruses with the bombs, but things had changed. Even if they failed to kill the inferior dragons or injure them heavily, they could slow down the recovery speed of the boss's power cores. "Guild leader, are we really going to waste the bombs here?" Aqua Rose hadn't expected such a crazy move from Shi Feng. They were talking about over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs. That was equivalent to 1,000 plus magic scrolls that contained Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Just waste them. Buying time is more important right now. Shi Feng growled determinedly. While the basic mana pulse bombs was indeed extraordinarily valuable, the inferior legendary treasure chest was far more important towards the guild's development. Seeing the determined look on Shi Feng's face, everyone helplessly retrieved the basic mana pulse bombs Shi Feng had previously distributed and threw the bombs at the fossilized tyrannosauruses. Boom. Immediately, black and white mana flooded the forging hall. Just as Shi Feng had expected, not only were the basic mana pulse bombs now dealing around minus 450,000 damage each, but the bombs had also stopped the recovery of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores. In fact, the inferior dragons were even growing weaker as they received more attacks. It took several minutes for Zero Wings members to finish tossing all of their bombs. Even archaic species could not withstand the might of over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs as both fossilized Tyrannosauruses collapsed to the ground, their HPs falling to 0. "We won," Aqua Rose muttered as she watched the smoke in the hall gradually dissipate. "They're not playing dead, right?" Before anyone could answer, the system replied. Suddenly, one golden flash after another enveloped each team member, illuminating the forging hall. It was no wonder why Shi Feng was willing to waste the 1,000-plus basic mana pulse bombs for the inferior legendary treasure chest. As everyone's excitement about their levels died down, they shifted their gazes to the corpses of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Aside from the items inside the inferior legendary treasure chest, the inferior dragon's loot should make up for the losses they suffered. Mythic bosses. Moreover, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were archaic species. Their loot was definitely extraordinary. Just thinking about it ignited a passionate fire in these players' hearts, their eyes shining. Once the dust settled, the massive fossilized Tyrannosaurus corpses were on full display. However, when the team noticed the few items scattered beside the bodies, disappointment flashed in their eyes. Aside from a few scattered gold coins, one fossilized Tyrannosaurus dropped 8 items, while the other dropped 7. There were far fewer items than they had hoped for. Why are there so few drops? These things are even more stingy than the trolls. Is it because we were unlucky? We should have given guild leader the last hit. Everyone's excitement faded when they saw the loot. Among the 15 items, 10 were materials. Alright, get some rest. Violet, make sure fire is safe. Shi Feng chuckled at his crestfallen companions. The number of items the fossilized Tyrannosauruses dropped didn't surprise Shi Feng in the least. After reaching level 50, the quantity and quality of the items monsters dropped decreased drastically. Furthermore, the system had just completed a new update. The system would have definitely lowered the drop rate once again. The main god system did so to stabilize weapon and equipment prices, giving lifestyle classes a better opportunity to develop. As players continued to level, their main source for weapons and equipment would gradually shift from monsters to lifestyle players. In the future, 95% of the weapons and equipment players used would come from monsters and lifestyle players. The remaining 5% would come from quests, miraculous encounters, treasure chests, and other such sources. However, the majority of the weapons and equipment players produced could only satisfy ordinary players and experts. The truly excellent items would still come from killing powerful monsters or completing difficult quests. Of course, players were also capable of producing weapons and equipment of excellent quality. Only, the requirement was extremely high, beyond the majority of God's domain's lifestyle players. Moreover, producing such items required super rare materials, and these materials came from killing powerful monsters and exploring dangerous locations. Following which, Shi Feng collected the loot and began to appraise each item. Not bad. Shi Feng revealed a joyful expression after appraising the raw materials. Among them was the legendary material, Dragon Origin Crystal. Moreover, 2 Dragon Origin Crystals had dropped. Only creatures of the dragon race could drop these items. Unfortunately, common inferior dragons wouldn't drop them. At the very least, the monsters needed to be mythic rank. This was because the Dragon Origin Crystal contained the bloodline of dragons. If one applied the Dragon Origin Crystal when forging weapons or equipment, they could qualitatively change the item. The Dragon Origin Crystal was an excellent production material. The crystal also had an even greater purpose, producing the Dragon Soul Potion. When consuming this potion, players could class change into a hidden class and obtain the Dragon Legacy. However, the condition is that one does not already have a hidden class, Shi Feng explained. The Dragon Soul Potion's purpose was to give players access to the legacy of the dragon race. Hence, unless one already wielded a hidden class, any player could obtain the Dragon Legacy. Both magical class and physical class players could eventually become Dragon Slayers. This was also why both NPCs and players in the past had preferred to kill powerful dragons. While they did so to gain fame and recognition, their primary reason was to obtain the Dragon Legacy and become stronger. However, the Dragon Origin Crystal's drop rate was considerably low. If not for the fossilized dragons being archaic species, it was unlikely that the 2 mythic monsters would have dropped it. When the Zero Wings team heard that any class could obtain the hidden class, they were ecstatic. Don't get too excited just yet. The class change quest is not easy, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Unfortunately, too many of you want the hidden class. I only have 2 slots. So let's hold a team auction using GCPs. This intermediate Dragon Origin Crystal's starting bid is 200,000 points, while this advanced Dragon Origin Crystal's starting bid will be 500,000 points. Decide for yourselves if you want to bid on them or not. Currently, 1 guild contribution point was worth roughly 25 copper coins. 200,000 GCPs was the equivalent of 500 gold. This was an extraordinarily low price to pay for the Dragon Slayer class. In the past, the various large guilds had been willing to buy intermediate Dragon Origin Crystals for 8,000 gold. As for advanced Dragon Origin Crystals, they had been practically impossible to find on the market. However, one player had put his crystal up for auction in the past. The crystal eventually sold for the insane price of 30,000 gold. The advanced version was so much more valuable due to the fact that, depending on the quality of the Dragon Soul Potion produced, one would obtain different levels of the Dragon Legacy. The Dragon Slayer class was somewhat unique. It was not clearly ranked like other hidden classes. If a weak Dragon Soul Potion were consumed, one's Dragon Slayer class would be the equivalent of a basic legacy. Conversely, it was also possible to obtain a peak legacy Dragon Slayer class if one used a strong potion. Of course, it was also possible to upgrade the Dragon Slayer class gradually to peak legacy by consuming several Dragon Soul Potions. Hence, Dragon Origin Crystals of different grades had different prices. The prices Shi Feng had announced were definitely low. Even so, the team sent Shi Feng scornful looks, feeling that Shi Feng was trying to rip them off. Although they were the guild's main force members, It was extremely difficult to collect so many GCPs. Eventually, Cola won the Advanced Dragon Origin Crystal, while Alluring Summer won the Intermediate Crystal. Among them, Alluring Summer had borrowed plenty of GCPs from Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. After all, Alluring Summer had just recently joined the guild and had not participated in many dungeon raids or high-level guild quests yet. Following which, Shi Feng passed the Dragon Soul Potions production method to Cola and Alluring Summer. It was impossible for players to produce the Dragon Soul Potion. They needed to hire an NPC Grandmaster Alchemist to do it. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find NPC Grandmasters. Fortunately, Shi Feng knew two places where they could find such NPCs. The first was Titan City. There, they could easily find a Grandmaster Alchemist. The second location was Blackwing City. However, to convince these NPC Grandmasters to help, they needed to raise their favorability with said NPCs. Once their favorability reached a sufficient level, they could make the Dragon Soul Potion. However, collecting the various required materials was a considerably challenging task as every material was extremely rare. Normally, only large guilds could get their hands on all these materials. It was extremely difficult for lone players or a team to gather what they needed in a short time. After Shi Feng finished distributing the Dragon Origin Crystals, the team heard the shattering of glass from the center of the forging hall. Everyone spun to look. Suddenly, an orange pillar of light appeared in the forging hall. Did Fire Dance disable the trap? Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. When they saw the pillar of orange light, the team grew excited. An inferior legendary treasure chest. They had never even known something like this existed. If they obtained a fragmented legendary item from it, their guild could enable one player's basic attributes to soar. No, the trap hasn't been disabled. Shi Feng realized that something was amiss when he saw the orange magic array on the ceiling, which formed from berserk mana. He had seen many players disable master traps in the past. However, not one of them ever drove mana berserk when successfully disabled. There was only one possibility for this. Disabling the trap had failed. Fire Dance's expression twisted with guilt. However, before she could say anything, Shi Feng shouted, "Everyone, use your Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scrolls and withdraw. Then use your return scrolls to leave the arc." Normally, traps would enclose a certain area when triggered. However, there were also solutions to this problem. Before the trap fully activated, players could use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to get out of range. This had been a common method in the past. Unfortunately, it wasn't effective against traps that activated instantaneously. Fortunately, the trap before them was not an instantaneous type. Unfortunately, divine runes had already sealed the forging hall's doors, and players couldn't leave the hall normally. Using return scrolls to escape was also time-consuming. On the other hand, instantaneous movement magic scrolls didn't have an activation time. They could simply use the scroll to pass beyond the stone doors and leave the trap's effective area. Once they were out of the trap's range, they could use the return scroll to leave the arc safely. As for why Shi Feng had chosen to return to White River City, it was because he was not certain of what aftereffects triggering the forging hall's trap would have. On the off chance that the trap would also increase the danger outside of the arc, such as alerting the fallen patrols and luring them to the forging hall, the fallen arc's inner region would become extremely dangerous. They could very easily team wipe. Listening to Shi Feng's commands, everyone retrieved the instantaneous movement magic scrolls they had prepared and left the forging hall. Eventually, only Shi Feng remained. This was the perfect opportunity for Shi Feng to steal the inferior legendary treasure chest. Now that the trap had triggered, there was nothing protecting the treasure chest. He could simply stash it in his bag space and leave. Only, he had to deal with the trap's mechanisms while collecting the treasure chest. Once the trap finished its attack, it would return to its original state, and they would have to try disabling it all over again. Shi Feng had considered simply triggering the trap and snatching the treasure chest, but he would have had to deal with the two fossilized tyrannosauruses at the same time. His chances of success would have been extremely low. Now that the guards were dead, he could easily deal with the remaining challenges. Following which, Shi Feng used Wind Blade and dashed straight for the treasure chest. As he was about to reach the treasure chest, however, the orange magic array on the ceiling activated. Suddenly, blood-red spears appeared in the air, one after another, every spear radiating a frightening aura. The numerous spears then rained down on the forging hull. A destruction-type trap. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief when he saw the descending spears. Immediately, he activated defensive blades, which allowed him to block over 10 attacks. As a result, Shi Feng knocked the spears to the side before they even reached him. Meanwhile, Shi Feng placed his hand on the inferior legendary treasure chest, trying to see if he could take it. After all, this was the first time he had encountered an inferior legendary treasure chest. Normally, players could simply walk away with a locked dark gold treasure chest. Only a minority of dark gold treasure chests had fixed locations. The instant Shi Feng touched the treasure chest, the system replied. Although the treasure chest could be stored in his bag space, doing so required 8 seconds of channeling. The instant these two players entered the establishment, an elegant beauty was there to greet them. This beauty wore a set of exquisite, gray mage robes and wielded a black, wooden staff. She also exuded a deathly aura. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this beauty was a level 42 summoner. Greetings, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Silent March, the Vice Commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion, the somewhat evil-looking summoner said, smiling at Phoenix Rain.